Good morning. Good evening. Hello. Hello. Hi. It is nice to be here for this, what is sure to be incredibly depressing, but hopefully ending on a nice note, final chapter of National Park Girls. Hello. Congratulations to Robin, most special person of the stream. You get nothing. Except for the fact that we did finish, well, we're finishing a visual novel on stream, which I think is kind of a big deal for us. So, yeah, let's go. But yeah, I hope you guys are good. Let's just go straight over. But yeah. Hi. Are we ready? So, we're gonna be adults. I've already banned the one person that I don't think was going to handle themselves today. I am very sorry, but based on previous messages, failed the vibe check and a little bit immature and only showing up for streams where that's a problem. So, you timed him out for 600 seconds? No. That was last time. I'm talking about 4 minutes ago. I was hoping maybe it would be fine, but based on the 2 messages we got, no. I wish you all the best, kiddo, but the vibes aren't quite right for the bunker, and especially not right for what I think is going to be kind of a serious topic, emotional, potentially like dark kind of dark adult themes. So yeah, I'm pulling the trigger if I have to, okay? No, same guy, Coppertine, same guy. Anyway, we're here for emotions, yes, here for emotions. So, I'm gonna say hi to everybody, and then we're gonna get started because honestly, I haven't read this chapter, and I would like to read it, and I have to go to the post office when we're done. So, yeah, as soon as we're done, I've gotta put on like jeans and go get my mail. All right. Knuckle crack, let's go. Hello Melkor, hello Punderful, hello Something, hello Ascada, hello Robin, hello Adro, hello J Thooped, hello Captain Shotgun, hello Recluse of the Veil, hello Code Cobra, hello Psycho Banana, hello Aura, hello Kokodo, hello Anaris Tog, hello Adraconus, hello Corgi, hello Alexandra Luna, hello Linsnum, hello Arc Ray, and thank you for being here. Okay, let me complete all that. Boop. And yeah, so last we left off, so the explain command is still the same. It's still the same. In the beginning of this visual novel, she was way too friendly, and she was way too friendly with a coyote pup. And the coyote pup at the end of the last chapter bit off a little girl's fingers, and they old yelled the coyote. That's how last stream ended. That would have been how this stream began, but I didn't want to begin on the killing the dog note. I kind of wanted to move past that. They're gonna talk about it. They are gonna talk about it. It's a big part. It was 3 fingers. It's nothing. She still has the majority of her fingers. Absolutely. No. Raven Burning Dragon, thank you so much for 19 months. It is now time to finish. It is now time to actually finish a visual novel, which we have never done on stream, by the way. We have never actually finished a visual novel, so I'm very excited. I'm very excited for that. Let me, real quick. She can still point at things. Can't do double tears anymore. Aww. I was like kind of torn about that plot point. Like, it was definitely emotionally impactful, but it's really hard for me to buy an experienced park ranger being that monumentally stupid when it comes to wild animals, right? So she has proven to be, what's the word? Impulsive, because she punched that graffiti artist in the face and had to pay all of his medical bills, and that's why he got like, that's why she got like demoted. But being that dumb about the coyote thing is pretty serious. And also, Donabro brought up a good point. That is not how they euthanize animals that hurt humans. Like, we don't old yeller things anymore. It's very much a dramatic thing that they've done. They tried to invoke the spirit of Old Yeller, of out back behind the shed, when that isn't really how that, yeah. They don't put them down with a shotgun. That's not what happens. Recluse, thank you so much for an entire year. Thank you. I think, from what I've heard, if they put them down, they put them down with a gun if it's like in the middle of an attack happening. In the middle of an attack happening. Otherwise, if it is friendly enough, I've heard that they will do it like the way vets do. But yeah. So yeah, hi Nasi, hello. So yeah, creative license, I suppose? I don't know. I'm assuming that's like for dramatic tension and whatnot. But anyway, I want to start the thing because there is a final goal for you guys to meet, and there is the last 2 achievements that I really want to get, and we're gonna finish. We're gonna, wait, I hit start, no, go back. No, we're not starting. Oh my God, no, we're starting from the beginning now. Yeah, we're just starting from the very beginning. No. There we go, 1 month later. Oh look, you got to hear the gunshot again. All right. Okay.
Alrighty, gals. Out of the car. Stretch those legs so you can stay limber and timber.
Okay, I already love that they have new outfits. She looks so cute. I love the smiley face. Aww.
Please don't forget your hat this time, Yellowstone.
Oh yeah, in this final chapter, the sprites move depending on who they're talking to.
You nearly gave that man in Tehachapi a heart attack.
It ain't my fault my head is this way. Besides, Zion gets to go strutting around with her wings out.
Because Zion looks like a tiny child costuming as a fairy princess. You look like the Herald of Tribulation.
I look like a tiny child?
She still has the hat!
My name's not Harold, Yosemite.
Just put on the hat.
They all have new outfits.
Zion and I have to wear one.
I tipped my ranger hat. She left it at the cabin before she ran off, along with nearly everything else. In truth, it causes my scalp to itch like it's a nest for insects, but I don't quite feel like taking it off, even in the car. Hi, Evil Pegasus. Also, hello, Isilius. I think I forgot to say hi. Hi. Zion leans in from the back seat and plants a kiss on Yellowstone's puffed-out cheeks, then rests the baseball cap on top of Yellowstone's volcano.
It'll keep the sun out of your eyes. Come on.
Yellowstone sighs and hops out of the driver's seat, Zion following closely behind. I stay in the sweltering car for a moment, staring out the window at the giant thermometer outside. A colossus of a roadside attraction, currently peaking at a dry 102. Deserts are just as intense as the books say they are. Is this a real place? Bungai Motel. Huh. Free movies. Exiting the vehicle is further proof of this. The water dries from my hair in seconds. Whatever. AC is a hedonistic sham. I've existed without it for who knows how long, and I will continue to exist without it for the next 15 minutes. The number on the thermometer raises to 103. I will continue to exist without it for the next 10 minutes.
Golly, it's hotter than HE double hockey sticks out here.
And it will only get worse the lower in elevation we go.
It's not so bad. Utah can get rather hot as well. How much longer till we get there anyhow? I'm beat from all this driving.
We would have been there by now if you hadn't choked and taken us onto the I-14 instead of the 15.
So I zigged when I should have zagged. At least
Oh
I
no,
actually
they didn't
know
take the
how to drive
I-15.
and start and stop.
I'm a defensive driver.
What's the N on the shift stand for?
N. Nah. 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 N. Never mind.
I don't know how to drive either, so I can't talk.
That's what I thought. I know we're all cranky.
It's
from
neutral,
the drive,
right?
but
Stands for
please,
neutral.
let's not fight. Remember who we're doing this for.
Yellowstone and I go from glaring at each other to both of us shifting our gaze down to the film of dust layered on top of the parking lot. It does stand for neutral! See, I win! Zion always manages to find a way to be right. Always.
Sorry. I suppose I'm just getting impatient.
Who's driving the car? There's a long silence as the three of us stand there, simmering in the sun. The only relief is the cool breeze from cars passing on the I-15.
I'm sorry too, Yosemite.
Yellowstone steps forward to hug me. I don't stop her.
It's been hard. The last month has knocked us all on our high knees. But soon we're all gonna be together again, like before.
Which hat do you like? I want the hat in pink. It looks like there's a bumper sticker on the front. It looks like a bumper sticker on a pink cap.
Not all of us.
Zion sniffs. All the tears have dried up, but as we know all too well by now, there are some things that we can never get back. That won't ever get easier.
You're
Hat
right.
poll? You know what? Let's have a hat poll. Who has best hat? Best hat? Zion sun hat. Yosemite's, Eve's, Ranger hat. And Yellowstone's pink cap. You have 2 minutes. There you go. No additional votes. Best hat? Who do you like best? Oh, it's already even. I pull Zion into mine and Yellowstone's embrace, and the three of us huddle together in an awkward hug.
But we can be grateful for what we still have. And what we're going to get back.
Yosemite. Look at you. Got me all misty-eyed and junk.
Yellowstone wipes away a tear from the corner of her eye. Water from her volcano begins to seep through her hat.
Save it for later. We still have a ways to go.
Right.
Yellowstone and Zion stop for the convenience store, Zion already fretting over whether or not they'll have fresh produce, as Yellowstone nearly walks into a light post while staring at the thermometer. I stay behind, staring across the street at the sign that designates the road we'll soon be going down. Listen, I had to bow out. If my hat was on there, you would have all voted for me. You know, I have to give them a chance. Also, I love that it's all even. 8 votes for everything. Holy shit. Gateway to Death Valley.
Just you wait, Ranger. You won't get away from me a second time. I'm coming for you, Eve.
Yay! Eternal Evergreen, Part 2. Switch! I have no control. No special wisdom into the hearts or minds of the other people that occupy the same space as me. I hold no power over the world. There's no sweeping action I can take to enact change or significance. To dwell on the normalized callousness or indifference people display in their lives, while in the very same day kissing their children goodnight, is to dwell on some pretty intense contradictions. Alright, Zion and Yosemite won. Damn. You always had it even. I could try to separate the two, focus on one aspect of the person over the other. Maybe they're wonderful. Maybe they're everything wrong with society today. But sooner or later, I'll drive myself to the brink thinking about it. That, or the reality I'm living in, will become so warped that I'll wind up spending my whole life in rabbit holes of subjectivity. Either way, it's a recipe for hate, fear, sadness, suffering. All this external garbage just tears me apart. And so, I have no control. The wind picks up. It's dry and hot like the breeze from an open sauna. Coarse sand whips against my face, stinging my cheeks. Crunchy grains fly into my mouth. I hack my guts out, then sit up to fish my flask out of my pocket. Sand runs down the inside of my shirt and into all the cracks and crevices the human body has to offer. There's no getting away from it out here. Every day I can feel sand rub and gnash against my skin. When I walk, all I can focus on are the rashes on my thighs. It sucks, but you get used to it. What's left of the tequila sloshes around in my flask, a departing gift from Ranger Smith that I had found stashed under the couch back in Yosemite. Probably only enough in here for one last swig. At least it'll get the taste of sand in my mouth. But it's at times like this I wish I were a pot girl. One that has the power to refill bottles just by looking at them. Something mundanely useful like that.
Well, down the hatch it goes.
Despite collecting dust on the bottom shelf of the store and being aged in plastic, it doesn't burn going down quite as much as it used to. See, I figured out this trick. Breathe in before shooting it back, then sigh after swallowing. It's like magic. I hiccup. My agave-scented breath smacks me in the face. I haven't bought a toothbrush or mouthwash since I've been out here, so hopefully this'll kill any bacteria that's crawled up in my mouth. Now that this is gone, all I'll have left is, what, half a handle of evergreen? Hardly enough for a nightcap. Guess I'll have to hit up the general store tomorrow. Hopefully she doesn't bellyache too much about having to take me.
Hey, dumbass! You trying to follow through on that death wish of yours?
My head throbs as her far-off yell still manages to crack through my skull. Speaking of the she-devil.
Yeah! And I like to enjoy the process without your screeching, if you don't mind!
Pew! She fires off her gun from between the plywood boards covering the shack's windows. I feel the sharp breeze as the bullet whizzes past me.
Great aim! Bet you're real proud of that one!
Wasn't aiming for you this time. Now move your ass, pendeja!
Uh-oh. It's gonna be one of those nights, huh? I look toward the horizon. Beneath the hazy sunset, a collective of round, misshapen silhouettes hop and roll over the hill. Ah, crap, not again. This is the fourth wave today.
Where do these things even come from?
She fires off another round. One of the shadows explodes, splintering into dozens of pieces. Rock shards fly into the air, landing at my feet and tossing up sand. The other silhouette, well, they just pause in the aftermath of the fatality. Screeching out their battle cry, they topple and roll down the hill, making a dash directly towards me.
Oh, she's really done it now.
I stumble to my feet and the tequila shoots up my throat before I swallow it back down. Usually I end up crawling back to our shack, but I guess this time I have to try my hand at walking. One of the monsters leaps at me, its black hole eyes and granite teeth closing in on my face. It splits into two. Okay, maybe a light jog. I sway from side to side, my sense of direction guided by the hailstorm of bullets whooshing past me. Stampede of rocks rushes behind me while the earth shakes beneath
You
me.
little demons! I'll blast you all back to hell! Each and every one of you!
When I'm this dizzy and sloshed, it's hard to make out anything other than her clenched teeth twisted into a grin as she fires off her revolver. At least somebody's having a good time. I don't look back at the creatures as the creatures screech and holler. Whenever it feels like one is gaining on me, a bullet flies by, followed by a withering death yowl. There's a familiar chirp. It's similar to the animalistic yodeling from the things rushing toward the shack, except dopier and slower. She told me that before I got here, one of them planted themselves in front of the shack and never left. Its half-lidded eyes follow me as I stagger by. The accent is all over the place.
Try to hold down the fort, wino!
A black and purple blur kicks open the door and bolts past me. Her coat flows behind her. She sprints away from the cabin and shoots me the bird before shooting more of the rocks. The mass of stones and boulders curve towards her and give chase, taking the bait with zero complications. If only they knew it made her job easier. All she has to do now is turn around and unload every so often. Hi, Joseph! For as many of them as there are, they can't seem to put their heads together long enough to create a single brain cell. The circus disappears over the horizon along with the dipping sun. By the time the sound of gunshots and cursing fades away, the other end of the sky is a dusty blue. I kneel, but mostly trip, down to one knee and inspect the boarded-up window. It's completely torn up, singed with bullet holes. From that hothead blasting shots through it, no doubt. Now where's that hammer? Right here. Huh. Now there's two hammers. I glance at the piece of 2x4 I was going to use. There's two of that, too. And now there's spinning. That's fun. Spinning that only exists to signal me that I am, in fact, nauseous. Finally, where I want to be. Pretty rad. It does actually have sailing stones which mysteriously move around without apparent intervention from human or animals. They only figured out what was causing it relatively recently. Huh. Hi, Nikki. Thank you for 27 months. Great excuse for not giving a shit. She can screech at me for not fixing it later. I crawl to my corner and flop onto the sleeping bag. It's thin, and I can feel the texture of the concrete, so it's not much of a comfort. I peel my face off the bag and stare at the diorama display of the few possessions I still own. A stack of notebooks that I haven't touched since arriving, and the tiny animal skulls on top of it. Just some rodents and birds I put a special request in for my new roommate. To my new roommate here. Only if she found them lying around. Some of them are mostly just broken shards, and might not even be skulls for all I know, but I've assessed that they are. That's all that matters. The perception of it all. Other than that, I'm sure I have a few bottles and receipts for those bottles stuffed away somewhere. I prop my body up and sit down, staring at it. I stare at this a lot. A lot. What kind of death did these little critters have? Considering the shape a lot of these are in, it must have been grisly. Maybe there's one, hell, let's say it was the mouse, that curled up, went to sleep, and didn't wake up. But I doubt it. Did they have enough self-awareness to feel a lack of control when the end came? If a bird gets plucked out of the air by a cat, does it keep fighting until it physically can't, or does it eventually accept what's coming? I hope it's the latter. Swimming against the inevitable, when the current is so powerful and overwhelming, only serves to override the flame of life that existed, gets defined by its demise. Let the memories stand as a monument to what it had been. The futility of life, nature, planets, universes. It's the only sacred star guiding anything. Hi, Janba. Conclusion is the only certainty, and decay is its great reward. Dignity. That's what these critters died with. How everything should go. It could be possible. I think it is.
I have no control.
I shut my eyes and take a deep, cleansing breath through my nose.
No wisdom, no power.
All my belly aching and about caring or not caring, the environment, my job, my role, none of it has objective meaning because it's all headed towards the same place.
I have no control. No wisdom, no power.
Makes me think of Yosemite. Her fear of obliteration of personality. Nothing to mark that a person or thing was ever there. Makes me think of how wrong she was. Because if that's the end result of everything that matters, then obliteration is the key. It's destiny. It's liberation. Okay. Welcome to the depression. What were you playing? What were you up to? Elden Ring. Yay. I hope you had a nice one. Hi. How you doing, punk? Hi, Raiders. Hello, punk Raiders. Lovely to have you. Hi, I'm Vivi of Vividly Vivi. And we are playing National Park Girls. There is a big content warning pinned at the top of the chat. We are on the final chapter. Can I actually show you guys real quick? I'm gonna save, and I'm gonna... So, we've been playing National Park Girls. So it looks really cute, right? We've got Eve the Ranger, Yosemite, that's of Yosemite Park. We have Zion of Zion National Park. We have Yellowstone of the volcano variety, and she has a volcano coming out of her head. Anyway, things kind of took a turn for chapter 4, which was the second last one. We're now on the final one. It was pretty kind of fluffy up until now. Except, Pup grew up to be a coyote and bit off a little girl's fingers, and so they had to Old Yeller the pup. So, if you do not want to see any content with depression, alcoholism, talks of suicide, or animal death, I understand if this stream is not for you. What? Yeah, that happened at the end of last stream. We've already moved past that one, though. It is very good, by the way. This is by Studio Alan. Also, if you look at the art, you might recognize it. This is the same artist who did Doki Doki Literature Club. This is, Satchley. This is Satchley. So, yes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hope you don't regret rating. I just wanted to be honest about what you've come into. But yeah, we're on the final chapter now. We're about to meet the final park girl, the last park girl, the fourth one, and I'm very excited. But thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope that Elden Ring went really well. And yeah, if you need to go rest, I understand as well. And again, any raiders, if you're like, oh man, I cannot handle that, that's totally okay. If you do need to dip, I do understand. So yeah. I read the narration, but all of the characters are fully voiced. So.
I have no control.
Eve is very upset because she had to kill the dog. She had to kill the coyote after it maimed the little girl. Switch.
Can't you drive this thing any faster?
Of course I can, but then I'd be going over the speed limit. Yellowstone, I admire your dedication to traffic laws, but I think the situation warrants it.
I like her shirt. Make love, not oil.
We're in the middle of the desert! It doesn't even apply!
But I don't want to be irresponsible. If I am, you'll go and yell at me again. I love you, so please don't take offense to me saying this or anything. But if you don't pick up the speed, I'm going to yell at you. Okay. Hang on tight.
What the devil is the matter? No!
Just as Yellowstone accelerates the car, one of those boulder vermin jumps in front of us. Too slow to react, Yellowstone rams it down. It scrapes against the bottom of the car as we run over it. Oh yeah, there are like living rocks. I think they're meant to be sailing stones.
What was that? One of those things from before? Just how many of them are there?
I look in the rearview mirror. Behind us, a rampaging pack of living, moving rocks is stampeding after us.
I don't think you want to know!
The sun has already set and it's starting to get dark. If this keeps up for too much longer, we won't be able to see them until we're right on top of one. Or they're on top of us. One cannons through this windshield and crushes the center console. Yellowstone goes pale. I can only think of how close it would have been to my head if it were just a few inches off. Look at him go, it's in the car!
Throw it out! Throw it out!
I'm driving.
Which is why you should be the one to do something!
Yosemite, don't make me unbuckle my seatbelt.
The thing shrieks a gurgling shark shriek. It propels itself at my arm. I lean back in my seat and grab it out of the air. It's like a hornet in the car, but worse. If there's a hornet in the car and you're there with the driver, is it your responsibility because the driver is driving? It bites my finger. The granite teeth stop at the bone.
You awful little pebble!
Toss it!
Yellowstone pushes a button on her side of the car and my window rolls down. I heave it out the window and pray it doesn't crash into the side door. The wind rips it away. Was that the sound of bowling? I just heard a bowling sound effect. Tumbling into the other rugs.
Girls, I'm scared. It'll be okay, Yellowstone. Those rocks are so heavy that if we get hit by one, the blunt force trauma will knock us out immediately. Oh, thank goodness. A quick plunge into nothingness.
I'd rather avoid experiencing nothingness.
Well, if it's nothingness, then technically you wouldn't be able to experience anything. Non-existence is funny that way. Golly, that's bleak.
Despite the tiredness of our current situation, I'd be lying if I didn't say I was amused at having a conversation like this at 80, 85, now 90 miles per hour. Sweat could be streaming down my cheeks and wind could be blasting through my hair, but as long as I'm surrounded by the individuals I've deemed worthy, perhaps any scenario could be enjoyable in a certain light. With no guarantee of a future, or in the case of the three of us in this vehicle, a past, what else is there to existing than the present we share with those we love? Because I do love them. Zion and Yellowstone. And her, too. I love her. There's a fierce tug. At first I think it's Yellowstone mishandling the vehicle, but when I glance over, her arms are stick straight and her hands are gripped around the steering wheel. Another tug. My body remains in place, but my essence is being yanked forward. It's a calling. It's an urge. It's knowledge screaming out inside of me, telling me where it is I must go.
Are you girls feeling that too?
You betcha. It's very strong.
Damn, I thought she was realizing she has feelings. A grim shadow casts itself over Yellowstone's face. She squeezes the wheel tighter. Zion winces at the pressure, as if resisting gravity itself.
We're getting close.
Do we have enough gas left? What if we get stuck out here?
I look in the side mirror. The stampeding rocks are kicking up enough dust to blot out the stars.
She has a point. It's not going to end well if we run out of fuel now, of all times.
Beads of sweat trickle down the side of Yellowstone's face. She tries to reassure us with a shaky grin, a trembling thumbs up. Tries.
Don't give it another hoot, holler, or heckle. Old Yellowstone ain't gonna let that happen.
I hear the metal clang as she stomps down on the gas pedal. Tires screech. Zion is sent flying back into her seat. The speedometer goes from 90 to 120. We're going so fast that when I look outside, it feels like we're stopped in place and the rest of the world is zipping by. 15 miles to empty.
Let's burn rubber!
Yellowstone, maybe not this fast.
We're coming, Evo!
How fast is that? If that's miles per hour in yeah, 200 kilometers, what the fuck are they doing? Her eyes are shut. Steering wheel spins against the grip. Hi, Titan Slayer.
How did you crash, we aren't? Do you even know what you're doing? Yellowstone! Yellowstone!
Switch. An entire drumline goes off in my head. Snares, quads, bass, and cymbals. It's all there, pounding against my skull and yanking me into wakefulness. A wet groan drips from my mouth, along with a string of saliva and clump of vomit that was clogging my throat. I cough. My cheeks ripple and I feel the wetness my face is laying in. A puddle of thick yellow and unidentifiable chunks.
Talk about no control.
Every limb and appendage is sore, like they were all yanked out of their sockets, then shoved back into place. My legs wobble and fold in on themselves the first few times before I finally make it to my feet. It's dark outside. The shack is darker. How long was I out? Could have been minutes, hours. The way time works out here, maybe even days. Decades can melt into millennia that melt into eternity that melt back into seconds. Big bang, big crunch, rinse and dry until I'm in the ground. Well, at least I know it doesn't matter. I bend over to fish what's left of the bottle of gin off the ground. Stern force shoves me. Huh? I freeze, then it happens again, like a pair of hands pushing me towards the door. So my body stays anchored in place and it's my mind that's being pushed away. It's a familiar feeling. Warm, but opposing. Uncompromising.
Yosemite?
God, what am I even saying? It must be the desert. A hellish white canvas to paint whatever meaning I want onto. Or the lack of grub. It's the power of Erie! Or, no duh, it's the booze. Drink enough tequila and a beautiful garden of blue agaves will start sprouting in your liver. Messes with your head. Yeah, that must be it. Except it happens again. Stronger now. Less of a push, more of a drag.
It can't be.
It's impossible. She's more than 400 miles away from here. They all are. She would never. Not for me. I'm a moody terror. She is an egotistical pain with something to prove. The idea of her doing something like this is totally plausible. Oh God. I break down and follow the urge to the door with all the grace and balance of a cabin boy with amputated sea legs. I swing open the door and look to the horizon line. The Milky Way hangs in the sky, glimmering above the cracked ground, the remnants of what used to be a lake. Now, all that's left is the grandstand, a saw-toothed monolith of rock that watches over this place like it's the guard tower of hell. Nothing. What else did you expect? Before I can turn around to go back inside, an engine roars in the distance. 2 headlights peek over the bend.
No way.
Yeah!
Determined little boogers, ain't ya?
Through some miracle, Yellowstone has managed not to crash. Through some additional miracle, she also managed to throw off most of those awful rock creatures.
Not to interrupt, because I'm aware of the seriousness of the situation we currently find ourselves in, and I certainly don't want to speak out of turn and distract either of you from the important task at hand, or keep us from
Sweetie, I love you, and I'm not upset. Get on with it!
Yellowstone glares daggers at me. Swords and butcher knives, too.
with a please and thank you. Go ahead, cutie pie. They're gaining!
The 2 rugs that have kept up with us pound into the vehicle. My back stiffens with each impact. Come on, we're so close now.
Look, right there!
I point at the shambles of a building in the distance, illuminated by our headlights, alone in the middle of the desert. Of course she is.
In that hunk of junk? Well, I guess it does kind of suit her.
They crash into us again. There's a rattle, then a clank. The back bumper falls off and kicks up a plume of sand. How's this thing still moving? I love the driving emotes. With a wheezing cough, the engine sputters. Yellowstone and I exchange looks of terror as the speedometer drops and the vehicle slows to an unceremonious stop.
Nuh-uh. Nope. Not good. Ladies, it was a pleasure. Goodbye.
Like insects, the creatures chatter as they propel themselves at us.
Okay, out of the car.
What? You can't get our chain or something?
It's either in here or out there. Take your pick. But I'm not giving up until I give her a piece of my mind.
I swing the door open, slamming it into one of the rocks. It tumbles back.
I, for one, welcome oblivion.
Zion opens her door. It smacks the other rock and sends it flying several feet. I don't know, there's something so funny about having the lolly say that. With any luck, that should keep these chunks of earth discard busy for a few moments. Yellowstone groans and tepidly steps out, careful to skirt around the stunned rock.
Yeesh, talk about agitating the gravel. These things sure are giving us a run for our money.
She looks down at the rock's dizzy face and smiles.
They're sort of cute, though.
It rolls to its center of balance and screeches.
Oh, look at the little teepees. Time to go, Yellowstone! You're gonna get eaten and digested!
Zion zips on by and nabs Yellowstone's wrist.
But
Thank you for the follow.
they have the neato cute fangs.
Will you just run?
The speed of Zion's flying gives Yellowstone no choice but to sprint. Once I'm sure they've gotten a move on, I break into a jog. Hi, Bonsai! I swing my arms back and forth, take medium-sized steps, and make sure to land on the soles of my feet, just like all the books said. Zion and Yellowstone catch up to me in under 5 seconds.
How's it hanging, Slowcimity?
Precious, polite, perfect Zion giggles, hiding it with a delicate hand.
Please do try and keep up, Slowcimity.
Even you.
They pass me. I can't let this happen. I am triumph. I am nature. I am terrified.
You can't just leave me behind like this.
Everything I read about running gets shot straight into my mind's discard pile. My steps are now bounding strides. My arms dangle at my side like a scarecrow. I swallow giant scoops of air, saliva sticking to my lips. When I catch up, I'm sweating through my clothes. I'm so thankful I didn't wear my jacket to this wretched place.
Exercise is stupid. Running is stupid. I despise this.
Move those muscles, you Poindexter. We're in the home stretch.
With all the enthusiasm of a personal trainer, Yellowstone cheers me on with applause. Though, considering the smug grin on her face, I get the impression she finds my predicament more entertaining than anything.
Is this amusing to you?
Man, you've got no idea. You should know by now that whatever you put into the world always comes back to you.
It has to be the liquor. Must have drank enough for it to finally reach my eyes. It's gonna drown my pupils and give me one last hallucination before I finally go blind. But as the headlights get closer, it only feels more and more real. It's a beefy SUV, the kind I used to drive around back in Yosemite. Please tell me they didn't steal one. Comes to a slow, painful stop. Two stones emerge from the darkness and throw themselves at the car before both get whacked in the face with doors. Yosemite steps out of the passenger's seat. Oh my god, they actually did. Zion floats out of the car next. Yellowstone follows. It's hard to make out their faces, but they're all wearing clothes more suited for the desert than their usual get-ups. But it's them. I know it's them. The stones wake up from their short nap and give chase. Zion glides. Yellowstone runs behind her. Yosemite lags behind. She briefly jogs before entirely giving up on such stupid notions, like pacing herself, or form. Instead, she sprints like a drunken ragdoll. My heart stops. Even though they're running, they're going so slow. They're all yelling at each other, screaming and laughing. Guess things haven't changed much, huh, guys? How are things? Is Jessie doing well? Does Yosemite still sit at that table every morning and read? Is Yellowstone's food still a heart attack on a platter? Hopefully Zion's not too lonely without Pup to play with anymore. I can't believe you. No, not at all. With all your grace, power, and knowledge, I can't believe that you morons would bring those stupid rocks directly to me! Why is Melkor chasing waves? I catch my first glimpse of her. Standing outside a tumble-down shack that looks like it could collapse on her if she so much as breathed wrong. Jaw loose, mouth open as she gawks at us, as if she's seeing us for the first time. Come to think of it, it was at night when we first met. Yeah, I remember it well. She tried to shoot me. Twice. But more than the attempted bullet to the skull, what I remembered most about that night was how sad she looked, hiding in a corner on the verge of tears. Now, I'm sure we were partially to blame for that, but there was a hopelessness there. A hopelessness I noticed then, and every day after. And looking at her now, her hair done in a sloppy ponytail, dirt caked to her skin, and stains painting her clothes, I still see a hopelessness there. I see it more vividly than I ever have before. Eve Adams, I'm going to fix what the world is. She really said, I can fix her! The three of us are only a yard from the shack now. I run ahead of the others, and then I'm within touching distance. But so are those doofy rock muppets, and I'm afraid they take a slightly bigger priority at the moment. There's even one sitting not too far from the shack, just staring at us. Is it sleeping? Dead? Does it even matter as long as it's not chasing us?
Don't just stand there, do something!
Eve wakes up from whatever working coma she's in and stumbles into action. What on earth happened to her coordination?
Crap. All right, hurry up and get inside.
Yellowstone and Zion are the first ones in.
Howdy-o, Evo. Hello, Miss Eve.
Shut the door, shut the door, shut the door!
She slams it just in time for me to slip through. The rocks pound at the door, plowing it hard enough for chunks of wood to come up with each impact.
Wood, hammer, nails. In that order. Stat!
Similar to how an ant can carry 10 times its weight, Zion drags over a stiff board of plywood from the other side of the room. Yellowstone, always one to be prepared, digs a hammer and nails out of her head. Eve stares at Yellowstone's opened hand for just a second too long, and I take it instead. I swear, you think she'd be used to it at this point. The rocks continue to throw themselves at the door, splintering it into pieces. Eve takes the wood and presses it against the door.
Yosemite! On it!
The rocks are heavy and their damage is significant, but Eve's strong enough to resist their force as I hammer the wood into place. One of the monsters screeches as it realizes brute force alone isn't going to do the trick this time. Need rest. Now. Eve and I collapse and slide against the door, side to side. Our breath, heavy and tattered, heaves in and out in unison. We're close enough for me to feel her clammy skin against mine, which is fine. I'm just as sweaty. Even at night, it appears as if the desert heat just doesn't let up.
Idiot.
The word can hardly squeeze out of my dry throat. Hold on. What did she just say I was?
What? Me? You're the idiot!
How dare she steal my words? I've been planning on calling her an idiot the moment I saw her since we left the park. This is theft.
Explain to me how I'm the idiot in this situation. You brought those things straight to my shelter! Straight to me! A shelter? Honey, I hate to break it to you, but this structure is barely standing. It may as well be your tomb. Furthermore, I wasn't even aware that these things existed until half an hour ago. My conscience is clear. It's so clean. It sparkles, glimmers. You are so full of it! Even if you didn't know, I would have thought that the personification of a national park was aware of the fact that, imagine this, the wilderness could be dangerous! And I would have thought that an angsting, bureaucratic goon so tied up in paperwork and her own indulgent journaling would have been self-absorbed enough to at least write a note or a letter for those she was leaving behind.
She called her a goon. I mean for there to be more bite, more venom, but not even halfway through my voice breaks apart and my words lose any power they may have contained. I don't try to fight the tears. You just left when I needed you. She opens her mouth to speak, but nothing comes out. Her expression is loose and her eyes unfocused and glossy. Is this version of her equipped to process this?
Not even a catch you later, alligator. You just up and poofed. I wanted to talk, about Pup.
Brave little Zion. She and that furball was stuck together like glue. Her loss has been completely overshadowed by the rest of our drama. Yet she's cutting straight to the core of her pain. No phony, half-hearted arguments here. Hi, Jeremy, who is super duper. Maybe it's Zion's earnestness, the willingness to be honest, that finally connects. Or perhaps it's just the mention of the coyote. Whatever it is, it's enough to break through Eve's fog.
Don't talk to me about that. I already know it was my fault.
You're right. It was. You were careless. You thought you were special enough to disregard common sense. People ended up hurt because of what you did. And you killed my friend because of it.
Zion steps forward. Her tiny body looms over us both. The dim lighting of the room shines against her back, casting a large shadow over Eve.
So I want you to make up for it.
Zion smiles. The shadow seems less stark. She extends both hands, one to me, one to Eve.
And come home.
Fuck her up, Zion! I grab hold of her and lift myself up with no hesitation.
Yeah, it's been a total downer without ya.
I recollect myself with a single sniff.
I expect you to make the right choice.
Eve only stares. First at Zion's hand, then at Zion herself. She brushes her hand away.
Thanks for coming to see me.
She slumps over onto one knee and balances herself out by climbing to her other foot. Watching her trying to stand is embarrassing.
I'm not much for the gushy stuff, but...
She drifts over to the three of us and swings her arms around me in Yellowstone. A shiver sizzles down my spine when her fingertips touch my skin. Aww. Zion floats up to Yellowstone's shoulder to get in on the rare moment of affection.
I really have missed you guys.
Her voice shakes when she says it. So she really means it, huh? She's always tried to hide her feelings, although she was never any good at it. Her being open like this is a victory. I'll relish it for now. I lean my head against her. My eyes water. Not because of any swelling of emotion. Oh no, wouldn't that be nice? But because, as I'm pressed against her, it's become excruciatingly obvious to me.
P.U., Eve, you reek! What's the last time you showered, girl?
Zion pinches her nose.
I apologize, Miss Eve, but it's true. You're quite stinky.
I'm going to gag. You're a bunch of drama queens.
She lifts her collar and smells the inside of it.
See? Don't smell a thing. Of course you don't. You live in this filth.
What are we going to do? Any ideas, Evo?
Die, I guess.
Oop. The door is torn off its hinges, and the two rocks stand at the entrance, snarling and slubbering. The four of us huddle together in the darkness of the room. I shield Zion and Yellowstone. They'll have to tear through me first. They launch themselves through the air, and I shut my eyes tight. Two shots ring out. There's a plunk. Two rocks hitting the ground. I open my eyes. They've both been split open vertically and now lifeless in the dirt.
Took you long enough.
How about you show a little gratitude? I could have let them bludgeon you to death. I've seen it happen.
A pair of boots walk over the collapsed door, spurs jingling with every stomp.
Should have told me
Here we
you were gonna
go.
have company, Freckles. Could have boarded the place up all nice and good. Could have hunkered down and get to know each other a little. The works.
It was a surprise to me, too. Didn't know they were coming until I felt it.
Uh-huh.
She says it matter-of-factly, as if knowing the reason before Eve even needed to give it. Between words, she chews on something in the corner of her mouth. It can't be tobacco, because whatever it is this barbarian is nomming on, I can hear it crunching between her teeth. With a flourish, she reloads her gun, still smoking from the firefight. She spits into the 6 pebbles into the holes of the chamber. There's a tingling across my entire being the very moment I set eyes on this woman. Her platinum hair twirls into bouncing drills. A brooding cowboy hat and cloak just reinforce what I instinctively know. Were you expecting princess drills? She's not made of the same stuff as Eve. Her entire essence, every speck of stardust in her atoms was unconsciously manufactured into her. She's like me.
Gunslinger.
I'm circuit.
Rootin' tootin'.
She was outside. She just came in. The rocks broke down the door and she walked in over it. Yellowstone and Zion step aside and gawk as the woman walks closer.
Eve, would you care to explain to me who this is?
Who am I?
She holsters her gun and gets in close enough for the brim of her stupidly large hat to graze my forehead.
I'm the demigod of this park, Cupcake. Now who the hell are you?
Oh, I hate her. But she did save us. And if she is who I think she is, then knowing her is important. Knowing her is something I need. I present a stiff hand for her to shake.
You mean spirit, not demigod. Death Valley, I presume. It's exciting to meet you. I'm Yosa...
Yeah, I know who you are. Other than grateful.
She slaps my hand and squats down to Zion's level.
I could feel it the second you entered my land. You too, Shrimpy.
Bite her, Zion, bite her. But alas, Zion bashfully glances away and flutters her wings, something she's always done when nervous, as far back as I can remember and probably before.
Hello. Howdy, cowboy. What about me?
Is another yes, I did. I thought that she was funny. She has like a sprite where she's pointing a gun directly at like directly at the viewer, and I thought it looked funny. Yellowstone pokes her on the back and waits like a patient fan in line for an autograph.
Wow!
Death Valley tumbles onto her backside in shock and gazes up at Yellowstone.
Jesus Maria, Jose y Mateo y Marcos y Lucas y Juan.
We get it!
What the hell is that?
She points at Yellowstone's volcano. Her hat must have fallen off in the scuffle. Yellowstone blinks, an innocent reaction to an overstated sentiment. Then the realization sets in. The grief of knowing her newfound hero is repulsed by her entire existence. She's crying.
Rude? I know it ain't normal, but you don't gotta be a jerkwad about it.
Cece, that's great. But what is it?
It's a geyser volcano head, duh.
Zion rushes over to comfort her sobbing friend. Eve glares at me with quiet spite. She tries to glance away and hide it, but I can feel it searing into me.
Oh, get that look off your face. We'll talk about it later.
No, we won't. There's nothing to talk about.
We'll see about that.
Death Valley watches an experiential terror as the geyser umbrellas over Yellowstone's head.
You keep weird company.
No kidding.
So yeah, that's the final park girl. Yay! Switch.
I have no control.
Control isn't
No
wisdom.
wisdom. No power.
Wisdom isn't power. Power isn't control.
I have no control. No wisdom. No power. I have no control. No wisdom. No power.
Okay.
I have no control. No wisdom. No power.
These things
I
feed
have
into
no
each
control.
other, and delusion, true
No
delusion,
wisdom,
is spending
no
years
power.
trying to chase them only to lie to yourself and believe that you aren't because you have the superpower to acknowledge their inherent harm. But I still had authority, goofy hat, shiny badge, a desire to assert myself as the arbiter of moral land management and recreation, and if there's a proper way to exist in nature, a proper way to feel it, as if there's a proper way.
The arrogance of it all. Quite telling, don't you think, Miss Ranger?
I open my eyes. The corpse of the raven is still laying on the rolled out cloth alongside his other deceased friends, looking a little mushier than he did yesterday. He's decaying, but I give him a voice anyway.
Former. Goes through at the end of the week. And when it does, Miss Ranger will be just like you, Mr. Raven. Dead. Deceased. Rotting. Fighting off the dance of Rigor and his mistress, Mortis.
Terrific way to hop around the question, Ranger ma'am. Obfuscation is the sincerest form of cowardice, after all. Tippity-toppity, hippity-hoppity. Ah!
Here, here. Caw!
Cottontail, whose tail and back feet were missing when I got her, decided it's time for her to chime in too. I give her a high, squeaky voice because that's what she sounds like. Mr. Raven, that brown-nosing scavenger, decides he needs to agree. She's lost it.
What else do you want me to do? This place not good enough for you? Should I go sit at the bottom of the ocean? Is that what penance looks like?
The aesthetics of penance. Definitely, maybe, perhaps I'm just an insecure and chronically unsatisfied mousy lad. Speak, speak.
Oh, so now the rat decides to stop.
Caw! Here, here. Caw! Tippity hoppity, toppity hippity. Your insights are unmoustakeable, mousy lad.
She making mouse puns while she's talking about killing herself at the end of the week?
Will you all just shut up? You're not telling me anything special. This is not the guidance I come to this
Council? Something blots out the sun. With any luck, it's another asteroid. I look up only to be disappointed by Death Valley's flat judgment.
What the hell is wrong with you?
A dead chuckwalla lizard dangles from her hand by the tail. She's like a metal detector, except for dead things. Must be one of her weird park girl things. I cup my hands together and lift them up. She sighs and drops the lizard on top of the other corpses I have lined up. Great. Now they're all crooked.
You did that on purpose.
She kicks over the nearly empty bottle of Everclear I have sitting next to me. Gin starts to trickle out. I pick it up before I lose any more. Thank you for the follow, Rose.
Planning on going into town anyway. Don't get grumpy when it's time.
Go manners or what? You shouldn't be so flippantly flappable about expecting favors from an honest-to-me demigod.
Does that mean yes?
It means I'm the protector of this realm, and I'll toss you a bone whenever I damn well please. You even know how much junk I gotta... Ay, Dios. Gotta be kidding me.
She stops and draws... Yeah, I thought this image looked hilarious for some reason. I don't know. Something about anime girl with gun. My ears ring as she fires 3 shots at the hill. A stone crumbles into dust.
Yes, my colo, hellspawn!
Yeah, this is what I screenshot. And I'm gonna do it again. I'm putting this one on Twitter. I just think that it looks funny. Just the mouth is hilarious. The gun, the expression.
Anyway...
And then she goes to looking like a little...
I was
She
delivering
looks
a
so
couple seconds
dorky.
ago. But I'm sure it was valuable.
Was worth its weight in lead.
Alright, 1 second. Let me court that once again. Once again, resubmitting this. There we go. Boop. She bonks me on the head with her revolver. Not hard, but the metal makes sure a bump will be there later.
Ay, why'd I even bother saving your ass if all you could do is mouth off? Can't you do something more interesting?
Like die?
Claro, it'd be something. You should go out in a blaze of glory, though. More interesting way to reach Valhalla than boozing.
You're a real pal.
Don't mention it.
Death Valley squats down. Her cloak drags on the ground as she wraps an arm around me.
Might want to say buenos dias to your besties over there, though. Been gawking at you for the last 20 minutes.
Oh, they've been watching her talk to Roadkill. She sticks her thumb out behind us. Yellowstone and Zion are poking their heads out of the shack, either failing to be sneaky or wanting to get caught.
If they want to talk, they'll come.
Hey, I get it. Initiative's hard.
With all the suaveness that I'm sure she believes she has, Death Valley fires off finger guns. Oh, hell yeah, Yellowstone and Zion. Dinner! Fire gun. Let's go.
Just tell the amateurs to stay out of trouble. I got a weird feeling about today.
She exchanges her gun for a pair of binoculars from inside her cloak, staring into them as she walks in the direction of the hill. Does she even know where she's going?
Keep those ojos peeled.
She reminds me of the kind of cranks Dad used to bring around. Always in camo and prepping for the end times. Oh, like my mom! They own lots of equipment, but I'm not sure I even saw any of them use it. With enough bluster, anyone could be an action hero, I guess. Hi, Mary! When she's far enough for me not to be worried about being judged, I straighten out my dead buddies and set Lizzie the Chuckwalla lizard down at the very end.
Enjoying the company, Lizzie?
Please don't keep talking to the roadkill. I wait for her response. Nothing. Oh yeah, lizards don't make noises. Of course she doesn't say anything. Zion's meek voice stutters behind me. My shoulders slump, and suddenly I don't feel like giving voices to the rotting animals anymore. Go figure. I glance over my shoulder. Zion is hiding behind Yellowstone's legs. Yellowstone is hiding behind a grimace.
Howdy-o, Eve. This place sure don't waste any time getting hot, huh? It ain't even noon yet, and I'm already a puddle.
Glad to see Yellowstone hasn't changed. Really, I am. She's nothing if not reliably herself. Always the first to check up on someone else. I'm not sure if the others even realize she's the one holding that cabin together. Still, she's as obvious as ever.
What did I tell you three this morning? I'm not going back. Sorry.
Yeah, we kind of figured you'd say that, since you're so set on always being so stubborn and all.
And unreasonably bullheaded.
Oh, that's a good one. I'm gonna steal it.
Thanks. I call her that in my head all the time.
It's nothing that isn't true.
I hit what's left of the bottle. Hardly even an ounce. Half an ounce. Yellowstone and Zion go silent as I wash down the taste of bile and finish with a burp. Tremors spasm through my hand. I grip the bottle until my knuckles go pale and I'm steady once more. It was only a matter of time. Despite doing my best to ration it these last few days, it hasn't been nearly enough to keep the beast tamed. Not with how much I usually throw back. If I don't get properly wasted sometime in the next couple of hours, I'm going to start feeling those withdrawal symptoms. Let's see if I finally let it go on long enough to kill me this time.
Oh. Done.
I spin my pitching arm and toss the bottle. It shatters into 1,000 glimmering shards on impact.
Better clean that up, borracha!
I've got it.
Yeah, whatever, Shrimpy.
Zion flaps her wings and glides over to the mess I've made. She drops to her knees and begins the process of picking every piece up, and one by one she counts them aloud to herself.
Probably shouldn't have done that. I need the recycling money.
Yellowstone answers with a frown.
What? I would have picked it up. I'm not an animal. God.
After years of screeching at college kids for not picking up their junk, I wouldn't just give myself a pass, even if I am only a few days away from not being a ranger anymore.
Mind if I pop a squat?
I don't mind anything. Too much
I'm late for
stress
the
and
depression.
inevitable
It's
results.
okay. It's well underway. She has been talking to corpses.
Oh,
Well,
I can dig
carcasses.
it.
They're animal
As they
carcasses.
say, too much thinking is a thunk too much.
It's the first turning of the wheel.
She hunkers down next to me, rests for a second, then scoots in closer to me. Her hands are wrapped around her knees, locked in a chain. Despite being surrounded on all sides by brown sloping hills and jagged mountains, sitting here is like sitting in emptiness. The ground is weathered and white, mud dried out by the sun until cracks form, splintering everything into a polygon-shaped checkerboard. Sometimes I try to count all the cracks. I never get too far. My brain always sizzles under the heat of the sun until counting becomes too much effort. The heat doesn't seem to deter Zion, though. Yellowstone and I watch her in the distance, listening as she counts the 36th glass shard she's picked up, then the 37th. A warm breeze whispers past us. It kisses my cheek. I breathe out in relief and notice a wheeze that wasn't there before.
Eve, what's with the dead critters?
They're friends, duh.
I saw the bones inside, too. You ain't...
Her voice takes an uncertain tone, the path of implication.
Of course not. You should know me better than that.
Phew, thank goodness. Had me worried there for a sec.
I have Death Valley bring them to me.
Oh, and does she?
Nah, they're already dead when she finds them.
And do you think they just look neato, or what?
Neato, huh? I guess they do look neat, all stiff and empty. But that's not the reason. Not entirely. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is she doing right now? This is already pretty bad. I would say she's doing pretty bad already. I'd say this is like an 8, maybe a 9. I mean, she is already talking about killing herself at like the end of the week, so that's pretty bad. She's alive, so I'm gonna give her a point because she's alive, and maybe an extra point because it's not happening today, but she has a plan, so I'm gonna say it's like an 8.
I wonder.
Come on, Eve. You can blab to me about it.
Yeah, there is a pinned thing at the top of chat explaining content warning for this chapter. You guys can still see it, right? It's still up there. I made it permanent. I made it so it stays up there at the top for the entire stream. So yeah, hopefully if anybody comes in, you are aware. Content warning. This is a serious chapter. It is the final chapter. Concern lurks under the peppy smile she tries to force. I guess I can tell her. It's just a Yellowstone.
It's because dead things have power.
Huh?
She keeps smiling, like she's expecting me to follow up with a punchline.
I mean, you're not even human, so you probably feel it more than us. Well, it's energy. No doubt about it.
Is there a log? No, there's no log. You have to scroll back.
You're not even human, so...
Okay.
You probably feel it more than us. Hell, maybe you girls can even see it. I don't know. It's...
Okay.
energy.
Yellowstone's smile begins to droop. Maybe it's because she gets it too. She knows that I know what she knows.
You know?
Maybe we should all know. Zion is still counting the pieces of glass. 64, 65, 66. I make sure to quiet my voice for this next part.
I first noticed it when I had to put Pup down. For a while, I just sort of looked at him. And I realized I had never felt anything so conclusive up until that point. In a way, it was like seeing liberation was possible. So, when I came here, I started looking for that feeling again.
Eve, for the love of God, go to therapy.
It feels the strongest when they're bones. So that's why I keep these guys out in the sun. After a while, it's easy to peel them. For the skeleton.
Okay, so obviously she's not doing super well, but this is where I am gonna say, animal skeletons are pretty cool. I don't know. When you guys were kids, did you ever go to like a museum or something and see like a restructured, like, you know, like dinosaur bones or like bird wings, that sort of thing? Like, I don't know, like taxidermy is different. I've seen a lot of bad taxidermy. I think I do kind of prefer the skeletons to full-on preserved, like stuffed with sawdust and that sort of thing. My dad has a real human skeleton in a box in his closet. He's a doctor, not a serial killer. Does he have to have, like, papers for that? Because it's, like, human remain? I don't know. I feel like human remains is complicated or something. Or maybe you can just never ship them because you're not allowed to ship human remains. Ever. Yeah. But yeah, some bones are humorous. Oh, wonderful. But yeah, I've always thought that they were kind of cool. They were kind of neat. I don't have any plans to have any, because I wouldn't have anywhere to display them anyway, and also it is kind of a conversation that you might have to have with some people, and some people are squeamish. But I remember when I was in primary school, a teacher had a diorama of a bird skeleton, and I remember thinking that was, like, so cool, because, like, you get to see where everything, and, like, there's so many little tiny bones. I'm like, wow, that's, like, inside everything. Cool. So yeah, they put a cadaver on throat. No, I don't want any of that. Okay. Oh, she's not talking. I don't have any control over most of the terrible things that happen. To me, to others of the land, no power to change it. But I can bring on that feeling of conclusion, because it's inevitable, and in a way, that's power.
So maybe I can absorb some of it for myself. Then I won't just bring about conclusion.
Yeah, I don't feel power from seeing a skeleton. I feel fascination and I think kind of an awe for life, you know? Yeah. There is a big difference between the science of bones is cool and these dead animals are dead and I want to be like that. Yeah, very much so. Very much so.
I can be conclusion.
Like, she is clearly having, like, suicide ideation. I've been staring to Lizzie the Chuckwaller's lizard's dull, lifeless eye. I'm not sure if it was staring at her beautiful leather skin or if it was just getting all of this off my chest, but I'm smiling. Yellowstone is not smiling. She's staring, eyes wide and pale. Her mouth is open, but she's not saying anything. Weird. Yellowstone and I turn away from each other and look ahead to Zion. 81, 82.
Eve, you need to come home.
And get therapy.
I don't really need anything.
No, you do. And it ain't here. I know it ain't.
She sniffles. Most people dab their eyes when they cry. Yellowstone dabs her head.
This place is good for me, Yellowstone.
Hi, Flame Fist. I smile. It's not something I can usually do consciously, but I've been trying to force myself more, and I think she needs it.
I can rest here.
93, 94. All done.
Zion, finish picking up all the pieces, waves at us.
It ain't rest you're looking for, and you know it.
I think rest is a euphemism. Smoke starts to pilfer out of her volcano. I feel bad for getting her all worked up, but everything I've said is the truth. As close to it as I've ever come. Our resident guardian angel takes notice, and if we're talking about inevitable conclusions, Zion zipping over to comfort Yellowstone will always be one of them.
Try to calm down, Yellowstone.
She dumps the shard of glass in Yellowstone's head, then floats down to hug her from behind.
I know it's hard, but if anyone is going to get her to come back, it's not going to be us.
Yellowstone goes limp. The smoke peters out, and all that's left of the flare-up is Zion clinging on tightly.
I know. We just gotta trust Yosemite. That's right.
Zion looks me in the eye. Very cheeky kid.
It has to be her.
She's going to give it a shot at least. Even if I tell her no, she'll still try. Wait, maybe we shouldn't throw glass in there. Maybe not. The second she entered this park, it was destined to end in a standoff to see who can assert themselves as the most correct.
Where is the princess anyway? Still getting her beauty sleep?
She doesn't need beauty sleep, because Yosemite is naturally beautiful, Eve.
Zion blows me a raspberry. What is with these 2-on-1 combativeness today? I made a choice. They need to respect it. Hi, Paradoxica. She's gotten really sassy.
Your snotty friend went for a walk. Had me blast a few stones for her so she could do it in peace. Told her there'd be more of them, but did she listen?
No, of course not. She'd never do that.
She's more of a talker than a listener.
Ah, so I've learned. Pretty irritating for a demigod.
I'm sure she'll come running back here once those things realize she's out and about.
The smoke puffing out of Yellowstone's head dissipates, turning a light gray before stopping entirely.
You mean those boulder buddies, right?
Boulder buddies? Boulder buddies?
Death Valley's eyes look like they're going to roll into the back of her head from rage.
Now you've done it.
Listen here, Craterhead!
She stomps over to Yellowstone, hunching over her like a dead, crooked tree. Zion must sense her bloodlust because she scoots away.
Those things ain't your buddies! Or did you forget your encounter from last night?
No siree. Last night I had even more frightmares and nightmares than usual.
Good. Let it be a lesson.
But I gotta be real with you, Sheriff. The more I look at them, the less scared I am. They're just so gosh darn cute. I can understand Yellowstone's perspective. If they weren't so murderous, I think I'd want to play with one.
Aye, you're kidding!
I don't know. They've got those frozen faces. It's terrifying enough to wrap back around to being cute. Like a cat with no hair.
Ay, cállate! I don't want to hear it out of you too. Those stones are ravenous little
She's so
beasties who
cute.
bash your brains out the second they lay their eyes on you. I remember this one hiker. poor bastard was unlucky enough to be caught up in their annual migration to the basin.
Death Valley continues on her horrific story. Every time she tells it, she, which has at least been once every day since I've gotten here, revels in the gory details. She must have 1,000 ways to describe grey matter. Hi, Nemu. I like big hats too. I really love twin drills. They're very cute. Yellowstone ignores her, sort of glancing around until she finds what she's looking for.
And I told him to stay where he was, but the panic must have gotten...
What about that fella?
She points at the stone position in front of the cabin about 100 yards away. I was wondering when they would finally notice him.
Transcended garden gnome.
It's not! Don't you dare refer to Cerberus that way.
Yeah, I have noticed that too for this one. I feel like the proofreading, maybe there wasn't as many proofreads. Because I have noticed quite a few. I've just been breezing past them.
Cerberus? Like the guard dog?
A crescent moon grin spreads across Death Valley's thin face.
That's right, Shrimpy.
Here we go again.
The guardian of my hellish realm! All who wish to enter this space must pass through him or die in the process. His ferocity? Unmatched! His compassion, you may ask. You fool! He knows not the first thing about it. And yet, I've somehow managed to tame this here beast. It answers at my call, heeds my every command.
I work at Lowell, Iowa? How do you say that? National Historical Park. And if that isn't represented by just the most depraved human ever, it is inaccurate. She coughs. A sheet of plywood falls off the cabin.
Cerberus!
Cerberus sleepily turns himself towards us. His beady eyes are half closed. This is the most he's moved in weeks.
Roar!
There's a delay. I count to 10 in my head. He unleashes his roar, a faint meep, barely audible from this distance. Most of it is obscured by the wind.
There's no better duo than a demigod and her beast!
Death Valley gives a proud cackle. I'm used to it at this point, but Zion wrinkles her nose at the spectacle. And if there's anything Death Valley likes, it's a spectacle, even if it only exists in whatever reality she's occupying.
So what you're saying is that his name is Cerberus.
Death Valley might have her theatrics, but Yellowstone has priorities.
How about you take the wax out of your ears and actually listen to what I say?
You're not saying anything. He's never done anything but sit there and get pushed around by other stones.
Shut your trap or I sick him on you! Cerberus is a monster fueled by the screams of the damned!
Cerberus is a pretty goofy name if you ask me.
I didn't!
He should have a name that suits him. Something a little groovier.
The inside of Yellowstone's head glows red with inspiration. That's a first.
By gum, I've got it! We'll call him Dwayne.
Alright, I just... Hand, meet, forehead, okay.
Hell no!
Zion puts her finger to her chin.
Dwayne the Rock. I like it.
Death Valley's rage spasms through her muscles.
How dare you! You can't just enter a demigod's realm and start renaming her minions!
Aw, don't be like that, cuz.
Don't call me that.
Besides, I think Dwayne's way spiffier than Cerberus.
It ain't spiffy! It's just downright unethical! My minion! Cerberus!
I love the dark circles under her eyes for that. For what it's worth, I actually agree with Death. Cerberus is dark, it's moody, it's metal. Yellowstone of all people should know. It's dope AF.
Well, why don't we go ask him and see how he feels?
Fuck Chuck, Mary, and Mortar. I'm gonna pause because she's currently undergoing suicide ideation, so it feels a bit inappropriate. Yellowstone hops up, does a little twirl because everything is a performance, and skips over to Cerberus.
Oh yeah, what are you up to?
Also, she's the personification of Death Valley, so I think... Can she die? I don't know.
I'm gonna ask him!
Don't you dare! He's a savage and dangerous beast who...
And I'm gonna pet him!
No!
She stops in front of the docile rock, her hands planted against her waist. Something about, I'm gonna pet him! Like, I love that. Cerberus raises himself up and slowly blinks at her.
Name's Yellowstone. I'm like your prickly pal over there, but you probably already knew that, huh?
Don't let that freak patronize you, Cerberus!
Aw, thank you, Mirko, for the big emote. Pet that rock. Death yells across the empty clearing of desert. Cerberus turns himself to look at her, yawns, then turns back to look at Yellowstone. The whole process takes about 45 seconds. Yellowstone hunches over and smiles at him.
She keeps calling you that, but you don't seem like a Cerberus to me.
I'm pretty sure Death just choked on her spit.
Oh.
He responded! Right? It don't suit you one bit. You're a lover, not a fighter. Like me. Except when I'm steamed.
Her voice darkens.
When I'm angry, I destroy.
Hello. Hi, Red Bugs. She pats him on the head. I think it's his head.
Say, you're a pretty good listener. Would you mind if I start calling you Dwayne?
Cerberus, the sleepy stone with moss growing on him, gives a delighted chirp. Resembling more of a spring than a petrified rock, he bounces up and down. Each time he hits the ground, a cloud of dirt puffs up beneath him. Goodbye, Cerberus. I hardly knew ye.
Yo! He says he's chill with being Dwayne now.
Quit acting like you can understand him!
You don't need to know what they're saying to understand someone. Sometimes you just feel it.
Zion floats away to join Yellowstone in bestowing many pets and praises upon Dwayne.
Dwayne, I just want to let you know, I would die for you. I would keel over and kick the bucket 1,000,000 times.
Goodness, Yellowstone. You mustn't say things like that. It's too sad. That's sad. I would kill for Dwayne.
Jeez, Lizzie. Can you believe these two? Making friends with a literal rock.
Death twists her head around and gazes down upon me. Veins press against her forehead. Her mouth presses into a grimace and digs so deep into her cheekbones that I wouldn't be surprised if the imprint remained there for centuries.
What?
She kicks sand in my face. Hi, Stripes.
Wait! Time out!
I gasp, I exhale, I gasp, I exhale, I gasp. I hold the breath in. It numbs the sting in my lungs, but once again I am forced to exhale. Physical exertion is awful. The dispersion of energy is truly the fatal flaw of all life. And if I am real, and I am here, and I am in pain, then the unfortunate conclusion to all of this is that I too am flawed. Yet despite my internal admission of imperfection, a bitter lesson that I have been repeatedly forced to learn, that my external pleas for mercy, these dreadful rock golems continue to pursue me. Good night, Alexandra.
Leave me alone!
I flee across the desert. The mobile boulder follows. An endless expanse of rock and sand blend together, devouring all sense of time. For all I know, I may have been running for hours. Between wheezing, I glance at the position of the sun. It's hardly moved since I left. So I'm just pathetic. All I wanted was to go for a simple walk. Eve had made her position on going home quite clear. Not entirely unexpected, but a big enough of a setback for me to strategize further. A walk somewhere unfamiliar and exciting seemed like a great opportunity to clear my head. Not just so I could figure out what exactly was going on in that impulse-driven brain of hers, but so I could also determine how to help her move forward. How we could do it together. But as I was wandering up and down the dunes, inspecting ancient rock formations, with only my scattered thoughts for my company, I realized Eve doesn't want to be together. She doesn't want to be with anyone. All she wants is to be alone, to not be forced to engage and confront these issues. A stipulation I'm sure a brute like her new roommate is more than happy to abide by. She's jealous! She's so jealous. Death Valley is at the lowest elevation in the entire country, with the highest temperatures of the whole continent. Short of banishing herself to the wilderness of Alaska, this is as isolated from society as she can get. And if isolation is what she wants, then fine. I'll make sure she gets it by creating an opportunity to drag her off alone somewhere. Then, and only then, will that girl talk. Otherwise, it's too easy for her to ignore. Except when I anger her. She has plenty to say when I do that. Why is our eternal lag being philosophical right now? Dunno. This is all, of course, assuming I actually make it back. The rock takes 3 leaps and cuts the distance between us in half.
You can do that?
At the dip of the horizon, I can see the cracked ground of the racetrack, the ancient and dried out lake bed that Eve and Death Valley have claimed as their own.
Oh, thank goodness.
Barbarian will take care of this. One shot from her revolver and these things explode in dozens of fragments. What are those bullets even made of, anyway? I propel my fragile body forward until the cabin and 4 familiar blips appear in the distance, their bodies blurring between the lines of the heat wave.
Hey! I would greatly appreciate some assist!
Yeah, they were chasing a car at 120 miles per hour earlier. This should be no problem. It nips at my heels.
Oh god! Okay, alright! Help!
The closer I get, the clearer they all become. Death Valley shields the sun with her hand and zeroes in on me. It's hardly audible, but I see her tilt her head back and cackle.
Why'd I tell you what happened, pendeja? Oh, serves you right!
Rot in the cavernous salt mines of Hades, you lopping degenerate.
You can make it, Yosemite!
Me to Caesar.
Ditto! Just don't look down! Yellowstone, you only say that when they're somewhere high up! That makes sense, but why are we still yelling? Because I don't want Yosemite to feel left out in the conversation!
Girls! Please!
Why are they like this? All of them need to fix their priorities before my feet fall off.
Someone help her! That thing's getting close!
Hold on. I want to see it play out.
Not happening!
Eve staggers to her feet. She tosses herself at Death Valley and shoves her out of the way, stealing her revolver out of her holster.
You want to die?
Quiet!
I need to focus.
Struggling to balance on her feet, Eve extends her arms and points the gun at me. What is she even... Oh no.
Might want to duck! Or something! You better not miss!
She's making Goofy from Kingdom Hearts noises. Almost in the clear, almost in the clear, almost in the clear. I dive. The last thing I see before skidding across the ground is Eve flinching from the recoil. A loud blast cracks through the air. There's a yelp, then silence. The ground cuts and tears my skin, the thin layer of pebbles scattered across my body offering only the slightest of protection. I skid to a stop. When I peel my face off the dirt, I'm face to face with another rock. Please, no, not another one.
Howdy-o, Yosemite. Don't mind Dwayne. He ain't gonna hurt ya. He's a friend.
Hi.
Death Valley saunters over. She looks stupid while doing it. Then she takes a knee and smirks. She looks even stupider doing that.
Have a nice stroll, cupcake.
Do you ever shut up?
Yeesh, talk about the pot and the kettle.
Lay off. She's mine to criticize. Besides,
Eve shoves the revolver into Death Valley's chest. She turns up her nose despite offering me her hand.
she can dish it out, but she can't take it.
How gross. You're trying to look cool. Towering over me like you're pretending you're actually tall. Acting all annoyed. What do you want, cool? You're objectively a tryhard. But because I know that, I will offer the extremely ironic gesture of accepting your hand. It'll be a laugh riot. To me. Personally. Because only I will understand how awkward you'd look. It'll be one of my thousands of little inside jokes about you. The ultimate revenge. I take her hand, thus single-handedly creating post-irony.
I don't dish out anything that isn't true.
And criticism of you isn't?
I didn't say that.
She stares.
But I also didn't imply that it wasn't. Don't go thinking they're all valid.
Please don't go thinking I'm not aware of them either.
You act like such a princess.
Eve stops herself. Lets the sentence die right there on her tongue.
You know what? I'm not doing this. Glad you're okay. Be more careful.
Did she just fold? She doesn't fold. She wouldn't dare.
Excuse me. What exactly do you mean by this?
What we were just doing. What we always do. Don't need it.
Doesn't need it? I have to have my phone a little bit closer. I just realized it was face down and I need to have that face up. Oops. I don't want to hear that. The time we spent together was never damaging, was it? Was that part of why she left? I thought it was helpful. I thought it was us, helping each other.
Hey, Death. I'm going into town. Have it ready by the time I'm back.
Maybe I won't. Maybe you don't tell me what to do.
Thanks.
She turns around and starts for the cabin. No, I know what it was. What it all meant. It wasn't always easy, but it wasn't bad. I will not let her delude herself into thinking everything until now was a mistake. She doesn't get the privilege.
Hold it. If you're going into town, then I'm coming with you. You can finally tell me what these rocks are.
Eve glances over her shoulder and scoffs. Without saying another word, she walks away. Stubborn to her core.
If that's all you want to know, I can teach you.
Death Valley slithers over to my side and tries to wrap an arm around my shoulder. I dodge.
Teach me what?
About these sailing stones? You know,
Confirmation.
the things you keep pissing off?
Sailing stones. I read an article about them once.
Eve is my top priority, but I must admit, I'm more than a little intrigued by the things that have been trying to murder us since we've gotten here.
A pond forms in the lake bed that freezes overnight. When it starts to melt, the ice pushes any rocks or boulders in its way. It's a phenomenon that only occurs here in this park.
Freckles did say you know a little about a lot.
Eve said that about me? I wonder what else they've talked about.
Well, what does this have to do with the goblins chasing us around? I mean, real sailing stones aren't actually alive.
Who knows? The Hellspawn version of them used to be scattered around. But a couple of years ago, some eggheads caught the real stones moving on camera. Flash forward a few weeks, and it was like the whole damn park had been overrun.
That would align with what I read in the article.
Says the national park.
You and all the fleshy meatbags walking around out there, living their lives, reading, doing meatbag stuff.
Hold on.
That means they're correlated?
Probably. People got thoughts about you and me. That's why we're here. People got thoughts about them too. You, me, Shrimpy, and Freak Show over there? We're like a beacon for those things. Freckles too, on account of who she chooses to spend her time with.
Thinking about it for a moment, it does all piece together. The stones obviously aren't natural, so they most likely come from the same place as us. And before she left us, Eve had been starting to feel things, experience things that she shouldn't. Here I was, chalking it up to synchronicity.
Of course, I'm more like a book zapper than a beacon. Sacred duty, you
She's
know.
pointing a gun at me. Is this what isolation causes? Delusion? Would I have been like this if I never met Zion? Death Valley points her gun at the horizon and mouths gun noises to herself. No, I would never. Although, it is impressive that she realized all this herself. It took me years of research to come to all these conclusions. As a park girl, she deserves a tiny bit of credit. Our existence is miraculous, after all.
How do you know all this?
Get down, Vivi!
Cause I ain't brain dead.
I'd like a productive answer, please.
Then give me a productive question. You don't need to be a snobby bookworm to know the truth, if that's what you're thinking.
Hearing about the truth is painful, not because it doesn't have value, but because I could live hundreds of thousands of years learning and uncovering every secret, and in the end, I will always forget it. Without documentation, truth becomes myth.
Truth is the reality you live every day. Sky is azul, grass is verde. If it ain't you either colorblind or being a dumbass on purpose.
You're one to talk about the truth. All I've seen you do is play pretend and call yourself a demigod.
Do you see anything around here that contradicts that?
She gestures around her. The high wind kicks up sand, stinging the fresh road rash I got from skidding across the ground. Yellowstone, the volcano girl, and Zion, the miniature angel, dance in playground circles with Dwayne, the living rock. I don't have an answer. What the heck? I always have an answer. She may as well be asking me to prove she's not a firefighting astronaut. I know without a shadow of a doubt that she isn't, but I don't have any evidence that proves otherwise.
Why are you here, huh?
For Eve's sake.
Death Valley grins, amused at how quickly I responded. My ears flatten under the weight of my embarrassment. I mean, it's the truth, but why did I have to answer so fast? Now I look weak.
Kinda gathered that much already. You want to take her back to your park, right? Anything else, or is that it?
What do you mean, is that it? She needs to be somewhere familiar, with those who care about her.
She raises her hands in surrender and takes a cautious step back.
Whoa. Don't gotta get so uppity. I'm just asking.
Sounds more like insinuation to me.
Well, maybe just a little. But only 'cause I care. I've spent a month with Freckles. Hard not to get a tiny bit attached. Hell, you might even say I'm like her replacement Yosemite.
Is there a point you're getting at?
I'm not one for violence. I've given Eve many lectures about how it's an imperfect shortcut to resolution. However, Death Valley has a rather slappable face.
Sure, let me dumb it down for you.
Watch it.
She takes a step forward. Her breath smells like dust. She's close enough for me to see multiple tiny pebbles sliding around in her mouth as she speaks.
Whatever's going on in what's left of her brain isn't going to get fixed by dragging her back to the place where shit hit the fan.
I shove her in the chest and force more space between us.
I already know that. You may call yourself a demigod, but you're not omnipresent. In fact, I suspect you of not possessing a single earthly clue. Not about me, and certainly not about Eve.
Her teeth squeak and pop as she grinds down on them. She clenches her fist and feigns composure.
Got a plan then, Princessa?
Of course. Eve and I are going to do what we always do. Talk.
She snorts, and then it devolves into a witch's cackle.
Damn, you're easy to read. Don't know if you noticed, but she ain't really in the mood to talk.
She doesn't have to be. I'll be going into town with her.
Eh? That's all you got? You know, she can just choose not to respond to all the crap you throw at her, right?
For someone with regal white hair, she shows not an ounce of couth as she burps out one of the pebbles in her mouth into her hand. Meanwhile, I'm left to reckon with the fact that this walking disaster has poked a rather poignant hole in my plan.
Well, I'd like to see you try and come up with something better.
Knock, knock.
I sigh, heavily, deeply.
Who's there?
Ha! Screw you! I already did, you dumb bastard!
Was that the punchline?
She grabs my wrist and smacks the pebble she just burped out into the palm of my hand.
Ew! I can feel the slobber. Gross!
Death Valley forces my hand shut. Oh god, I can't toss it. I have to hold it. Someone help.
Quit your skirming. This thing is me.
That doesn't make me feel any better!
Well, it should. You don't think Freckles makes the trek into town on foot, do you?
What?
I dare to open my hand and look at the bullet-shaped petal, still coated with a sheen of spit.
You know how when you hold someone's hand, it lets you take them anywhere in the park? Same concept. As long as you know where you're going, this right here will take you anywhere in my realm.
I shut my eyes and feel. An isolated ember of pure energy dances in my hand.
Incredible.
The fact she possesses enough power to do something like this must mean the public perception of this park is intense, to say the least. Makes sense, what with a stock name like Death Valley.
Yeah, it's a real showstopper.
But why give me this?
Don't think you're special. I pass it off to the other pain in the ass whenever she goes boozing. Just thought I might give you some leverage. You know, in case talking don't work.
She sniffs and turns away.
She has me out there cruising for dead things every once in a while. I can sniff them out, real easy.
With a nod, she gestures her head at the rolled out blanket. Lined up in a row, placed with great care and intention, are the mangled corpses of small animals. Limbs missing, eyes gone. The whole scene looks ritualistic.
You get a good sense for it if you're out here long enough. see stuff. It ain't a place for living.
I know. Your park... Well, you are gorgeous. But I don't understand why Eve would even test her luck in this place.
I do.
On the blanket is a raven. Its body is soft, squished, like it's more meat than bird. Its feathers blow in the wind. Eve Adams, what has the world done to you? Eve steps outside, the cabin door clambering shut behind her. The entire building rumbles and sways. I'm certain it has never been up to code. I am doubly certain that Death Valley built it herself. The door slides off the hinges and falls to the ground.
Yo, Death! Happened again.
Yeah, 'cause you're too rough with it, dumbass!
Nah, pretty sure it's just not built right.
With a backpack slung over her shoulder, Eve limps over. Whenever she takes a step, I can hear bottles and cans clang together in her bag.
I hope one day you slam it so hard the splinters stab you in the liver, and that all the recycled booze inside you leaks into your lungs, and you drown in a pool of piss and bottom cell vodka!
Love you too. Now hand over the pebble.
Eve puts out an expectant hand. Death Valley punches it away.
Gave it to your girly friend. Now get lost.
Girly friend?
I am a hopeless park. Someone please return me to the earth so I may be stripped of all sentience and be unable to embarrass myself further.
Whoa, 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 whoa! You can't just go doing that!
Now where's that hammer? Oh yeah, Shrimpy, you seem kinda useful. Come help me with this.
Oh, okay. Just a moment. Bye, Dwayne.
Sweat sprays off Zion's wings like mist as she flaps by us and joins Death Valley in heading toward the cabin. Eve, for once in her life, is not the center of attention and goes ignored.
Ooh, can I lend a hand too?
Nope, you creep me out.
Why, I oughta. Well, I'm helping anyway, whether you like it or not.
Yellowstone rushes to catch up, but not before checking in with us.
You cool cats don't have too much fun now, you hear?
Don't know what that is.
Sincerity isn't something Eve does well, or at all. Yellowstone turns to me instead.
What's the diagnosis, Doc?
Chronic case of attitude with an onset of despair. Without treatment, it could be terminal.
Yellowstone springs a hug on Eve. Her shoulders go tense, then limp as Yellowstone squeezes tighter. Eve doesn't return it.
I'm rooting for you, Evo. Really.
The one-sided hug goes on until the silence breaks it apart.
Let me cook something for you again soon, okay?
Yellowstone gives Eve a weak smile. Eve looks to the ground. The hurt on Yellowstone's face is enough to make me want to scold Eve until the sun sets. But the more time we spend here is less time we can spend fixing this problem. Good night, Melkor. I nod to the cabin. Yellowstone runs off towards the others, one arm wiping her arms while the other wipes her head. Hi, Swelbies.
That was rather cruel of you, Ranger Adams.
Cruel is when you try to force someone not to forget.
Is that so? I consider it a kindness.
Whatever you're doing isn't gonna work.
I offer her my hand, though it's not a choice.
Then we better hurry up and fail, wouldn't you say?
Stovepipe Wells. That was the name Eve gave me, and that was the name I thought of as I clutched her callous hand and squeezed the pebble in my pocket. The familiar static crackles around us, and the breeze of traversing through nothingness is a welcomed relief from the numbing heat. But relief is fleeting and suffering is forever, because as soon as I'm used to being wrapped in the arms of my origin, we're sucked back to reality. My feet land on solid concrete, hot enough to feel through the soles of my shoes. Eve can't stick the landing and stumbles. I hoist her up before she can fall on her face, as entertaining as that would be. She yanks herself away from me. I try not to dwell on it. The time for reconciliation will surely come.
This is it?
Mm-hmm.
She limply gestures around us. Across the parking lot is a building painted weathered and faded green. The wooden sign of the entrance reads General Store in kitschy Old West font. The barrels and dilapidated carriages decorating the gravel aren't any more tasteful either. 2 gas pumps are shaded by a portico. One is out of order. On the other side of the street is a motel that I am certain has hourly rates.
It's close, and they'll recycle my bottles for me. Anywhere else would be a waste of time.
As if that explains everything. It does not. She exits the conversation and starts for the entrance.
What's the point, though?
I catch up and march behind her. Have her manners completely evaporated in this last month?
The point is the same reason anyone goes to a gas station. To refuel.
Okay, Dazzy. She wiggles her backpack. The bottles inside rattle.
Cute. Very cute.
Good night, guys. But still not the response I'm looking for. Come on, give me something to play off of. Something that will let this conversation snowball into something more important. Portico's the shade? Ah, I see. A nearby monolith, carved of steel and wood, lists off all attractions in the area. Gas station, motel, a saloon.
Why not just answer your true calling and become the sad barfly of your dreams? There's a watering hole right over there. I'm sure they'll give you a discount if you buzz around long enough.
I wait for the smarmy backtalk, but once again, I'm ignored. 2 children run out of the children's store and frolic in the parking lot. Their exhausted parents follow soon after. The father gags as he passes Eve. She either doesn't care or pretends not to. God, she must smell really bad. Black dirt streams down her face along with sweat.
Oh, I get it now. You just don't want to be around the tourists. Eve, an island unto herself, even in the midst of self-destruction.
Eve stops. She scratches her head and stares down. Dandruff flakes off her scalp.
Tourists are fine. They're living their lives and want to see interesting places while they still have the chance. Nothing wrong with that. I just don't want to spend the time I have left getting sloshed with them. That's all.
That was not the answer I expected. And the fact that she gave it rather frightens me. Yeah, she spends all day around dead animals, all night drinking and vomiting in the desert. She probably smells pretty bad. You're right. Maybe she was coming around before. Maybe she had been changing. But regardless of what was happening then, this is not the same Eve I knew a month ago.
So dramatic.
I demean it with an eye roll. Not out of actual sarcasm, but because I want to ignore it. Nothing is permanent. No one stays the same. Yet the idea of her morphing and devolving this quickly, it shakes me. It's too much. Too quick. The ravages of time changing those I love is a mercy compared to watching them surrender to the pain.
Hang tight. I'll be out in a few.
She's already halfway through the door as she says it. I follow, but she kicks the door shut on her way in. It's an inch away from slamming into my face.
I was planning on waiting out here anyway.
My hand falls limp.
Pathetic.
I can't even summon the energy and triumph to put her in her place. Sad turn of events, indeed. Peering inside the tinted window, I watch Eve stop at the crooked landscape painting hanging on the wall. Looks like it could be someplace in Death Valley, although I suppose it could be any desert. Her head cocks to the side as she straightens out the painting. Her work done, she heads straight to the liquor shelves. One of the clerks at the counter nudges their co-worker and points at her. They whisper something and laugh. She must know exactly the impression she's giving, but knowing Eve, I'm sure she doesn't care. But I care. She looks like some kind of scavenger. Scanning the store, rest of the store doesn't yield much more insight. It's a small market. One last chance for people to stock up before going out there. Ah. Yuko, thank you for the raid. Thank you. I hope you had a lovely stream. Could we have a shout out for Yuko if possible? Thank you very much. Pockets of this park have been tamed, made suitable for camping and sightseeing, but most of it is still wild and desolate. The desert is a transcendent place. It's also dangerous. That's what Eve likes about it, I'm sure of it. Currently reading the last chapter of National Park Girls. There are many content warnings, including, and not limited to, suicide, depression, alcoholism, and animal death. If these topics make you uncomfortable or queasy, please don't feel pressured to stay. But I hope you had a lovely stream. Thank you so much for the raid. I collapse into one of the rocking chairs in the shade of the store. The aged wood creaks under my tired body. If this is what she wants, truly wants, then why am I bothering with all of this? She isn't even attempting to communicate. It's a question I've avoided, so I can gather up all the gusto and bravery I need to drag her back. Dwelling on anything else would have been a detriment to the task at hand until this point. But now I'm faced with either answering it or leaving her there. Alright, have a good nap. I know how that would end.
What am I going to do?
And thank you, baskets. A receipt blows across the parking lot like a tumbleweed, lodges against the fence and gets stuck. I reach into my pocket. The pebble Death Valley gave me scrapes against my knuckles, but I ignore it and slip out a sheet of paper. The words at the top of the page come visible as I unfold it. Tell us how we're doing. I smirk as I read the fine cursive squeezed into the limited space. Performance evaluation of Eve from a visitor at my park. Her supervisor dropped off a stack of them, all for her to read a while back. Now I think about it, she probably didn't get a chance to read this one before I claimed it so quickly. Ever since I've been carrying it with me wherever I go. In my darkest moments when I was despairing about what will ultimately become of me, how one day the personality I am now will wither and molt, it was this sheet of paper that made me realize the truth. I have Eve to thank for that. For many things. So maybe that's why I'm here. But because I'm indebted to do the same thing she did for me. What is it she called me before? The Queen Bitch? Well, apologies, Miss Ranger. My desires outweigh yours in this instance, and the Queen will get what she wants. As soon as I figure out how to yank her into a state of vulnerability. Not easy. Until then, we'll be stuck in this cycle of me poking at her, her not taking the bait, until we go back to Death Valley's cabin. I can't let that happen. She feels too safe there. I fold the paper and slide it back in my pocket. The pebble falls out and lands on the concrete.
Just perfect.
Bending out of the chair, I squat down and search for it. The ground is covered in a layer of sand and gravel blown in from the desert. I reach for what I assume is the pebble, then stop. Another pebble, maybe the real pebble, rests a few inches away. Same general shape, same general size, same general color.
Huh.
Did she lose the teleportation pebble? Not gonna lie, kinda pissed. I only got a lousy $8.35 for everything I recycled today. Damn near an entire liquor cabinet I turned in, and not even enough for a six-pack. The state of California must have it out for me. My savings are depleting faster than I expected, too. That's a problem. I'm already waking up in the middle of the night with the shakes if I go to bed without a little something. It'll be a lot worse if I don't have any cash. To get angry over things outside of my control never got me anywhere. Nowhere good, at least. The inevitability is that I will eventually run out of money. The inevitability is that I'm still going to drink until that happens. Inevitability follows us all like a ghost. If you can't stop it, then you may as well acknowledge the powerful force that it is. The clerk half chuckles as they yell out, "Stay safe out there." I'm out the door already when their coworker starts cracking up. Guess I'm already making waves. Somebody's bending over tying her shoe or something when I step outside. I was fully expecting her to follow me in there. Figured the whole reason she tagged along was so she could patronize me. I don't think she'd let a door stop her.
All right, let's go.
She jolts up.
Oh, that was quick. Must be used to this, huh?
Ah, there it is. Always the critic. Mostly correct.
Take us back, Yosemite.
What's that first word you said? Lower twin? You don't get night shakes unless you've been drinking for like years or have alcohol poisoning. You can't go to bed with shakes and alcohol. Listen. Oh, okay. So they've done... I think it's meant to have been a month. I don't know if it is something that's achievable in a month or not. Like if you were like hard drinking every day, starting on like day 1 of the month and then all the way up until like the 30th day. She doesn't quit back.
No, I don't believe I will. I came here to talk to you. I came all this way just to talk to you.
Thank you for the follow,
Please don't shut me down, Eve.
Where's all this sincerity coming from? I'm talking to Yosemite, right?
I mean it. You came all the way out here and refused to go back. I want to know why. But you can't even be bothered to tell me.
I'm not obligated to spell it out just so you can prove a point. You already know why I'm out here.
I don't need you to spell it out for me to prove my point.
Feel free.
You feel guilty. That's all it is. Pup shouldn't have been there to begin with, and a child gets crippled because of it. I'm not saying your reason is bad.
Interesting theory.
But your response, rather extreme, I would say. No one other than Jessie can tie you back to the incident, and she stayed quiet. You can feel guilty back with me in Yosemite.
So, you're wrong. But I appreciate
So, you're
the
wrong.
attempt. We done now?
Not until you come back.
See, when you started staging this little
One second.
intervention, you should have considered that maybe, just maybe, this was a choice I made. And that I don't go through life acting only on hysterics and impulse. Hard to believe, I know.
I think we're about halfway.
What? This isn't an intervention. We didn't even know what you were doing down here before last night. I
Okay.
just wanted to see you. I missed you.
Wait.
What?
We just
This
want to see you.
isn't an
Okay,
intervention.
go.
I missed you. And I hope I didn't contribute to you leaving.
She says all of this without looking at me, trying to hide her earnest blush. I know she's being honest. Yosemite has too much pride to grovel and lie. This is coming from someplace real, someplace I don't think would have ever showed me if we hadn't gone through everything we had together. It makes me happy to know that she cares, that they all do. But it's also a depressing reminder of why it is I need to stay here. And what should be done with depressing thoughts? Yeah, if this is for you, definitely step out now. But thank you for the follow. Hopefully you can hang out another stream. Have fun. Numb contemplation. I reach into the brown paper bag I brought out of the store with me and unscrew the $11 bottle of Tito's. At first, I go for a swig, but stop myself before it reaches my lips.
You didn't do anything to make me leave. I can say that because I missed you too.
Oh, hey, Tito's, that's
A
awful.
lot. And I don't think you'll ever really know how much you tracking me down means to me. I don't think you'll ever really know how much it pisses me off either.
She gives her first annoyed sigh of the day. Can't believe she held off this long. Must be a new record.
It's just like you to contradict yourself in the same breath.
Yeah, it is. And I don't care. Because I don't want the sentiment.
I point at the wide-brimmed hat she's wearing. I'm more than familiar with it.
I don't want you to show up wearing my old hat. I don't want you to be anything less than the egotistical pain in the ass you have always been, for the sole purpose of exposing your vulnerability to me.
If somebody squishes the hat down to her scalp as if to confirm it's still there, water absorbed from her hair streams out of it like a squeezed sponge.
What I want is to stay here, to reflect here, to sundown here. Get it?
No, I don't!
And I guess you'll have to go through life with the knowledge that you can't understand everything. Dang!
Not true.
She wags a finger at me.
Not true. Because I don't have to take us back. Not as long as you don't give me a straight answer, and not as long as I have this.
Beaming like a supernova that's about to go lights out after I deck her in the face, Yosemite holds up one of Death Valley's pebble bullets between her finger and her thumb.
You want to bet?
I don't need to.
I chuck the paper bag at her, the bottle included. She narrowly dodges, vodka sprays everywhere. Her mouth gapes open in offended defiance.
You meant for that to hit me!
Okay, it is now Toxic Yuri. I charge at her. She's not going to let it be easy, so I may as well resort to escalation. Get this out of the way.
Hey! Let's be reasonable here!
I slap one hand on her shoulder and grip it. Good for leverage. She yelps, more in shock than pain. I stick my foot between her legs to throw for balance.
This is me being reasonable! Now hand over the pebble!
I grab at it, but all she has to do is lift her arm up for it to be out of my reach. Stupid Yosemite, she's too damn tall.
Absolutely not! You can't seriously be serious!
As serious as you are, redundant!
Maybe it's the sobriety. Maybe it's the adrenaline. Whatever it is, I'm going to use my short porcupine stature to my advantage. I headbutt her in the chest.
Ugh.
I'm sorry, the fucking sprites. She hunches over. Now's my chance. snag at her hand. She moves it. I only grab her wrist.
I always knew your head was soft. Give it!
Squirming my hand up her palm, I wrestle her fingers open. Her
Do
pinky.
you know how stupid this looks?
Her ring
We're
finger.
wrestling in a parking lot like a couple of crackheads!
Her middle finger.
Are you joking? You already look like one!
Her index finger. She stashes the pebble on her thumb.
Mind your own business, goddammit!
Static envelops us. It crackles through my— oh, it was the right pebble! It crackles through my hair in thick darkness. A rush of wind pushes up from beneath us. The darkness falls away. Around us, the world blinks into existence. My grip on Yosemite goes limp as I look around. Mountains are in the distance. Instead of concrete, we're standing on shrubs and dirt. No buildings, no gas pumps, no people. This isn't Stovepipe Wells. Yosemite breaks away from me. Why did she—
No! Don't!
I reach to stop her as soon as I realize what she's doing. Somebody tosses the pebble into her mouth. She swallows. My hand catches my falling head as I begin to process her stunt. She couldn't. She wouldn't. But she did. My mouth opens in a tiny scream. She gives an embarrassed glance, an awkward laugh.
Why don't we just call this a draw?
A draw. She still thinks this is a game. Of course she doesn't have enough self-awareness, enough self-conception to realize that her selfish actions have consequences for other people. The sun sears my neck. It's up in the middle of the sky right now, more brown than yellow. Sweat drips from my nose. The only shade around is Yosemite's shadow. Thoughts. What are thoughts? Imagery? Words? But it's different for everyone. Yeah, can you picture the apple? Wonder what it's like to have thoughts instead of blind rage coursing through you, the very essence of your soul. Hate in all 7 chakras of your being. She finally did it. She finally killed me.
You crazy bitch! Do you have any idea what you just did? Yes,
She hasn't. Not a clue.
but I would like to hear you say it for the satisfaction.
Mind gone. Time to stream. We will think again one day. Switch. This heat is killing me. It's like I'm having my own private summer. But I'm indoors. And I don't even remember what month it is anymore because of the stinking temperature. Not to mention the weird noise. I knew people were supposed to see all kinds of funky things after they've been in the desert for a bit. Shamans, the ghost of Jim Morrison, maybe even an oasis or two. But no one ever talks about the weird noises. It ain't beeping or nothing, just like a fridge buzzing, but really big and coming from everywhere.
Hey, cute, blonde, and useless. If you're going to help, then quit with the daydreaming.
Huh? Sorry about that. Could have sworn I heard something. It was probably just Dwayne. He makes noises. Love Dwayne. Love Dwayne.
Yeah, real cute girls. Don't care who it is, but somebody better get me that nail. And his name is Cerberus, not Dwayne.
Sorry, Miss Valley. Here it is.
Uh-huh.
Simon passes Val with the nail. She doesn't waste any time driving that sucker as hard as she can into flimsy wood.
Say, if cute little rocks are always causing such a ruckus, why don't you just go somewhere safer?
Park's named Death Valley, not Pain in the Ass, Stone City.
Yeah,
My
it's kind of
place
fucked
first.
up to rename someone's pet.
Do you remember when they showed up?
Val scrunches her face, giving it a think.
Probably after me. Don't really care. Been raising hell for as long as I can remember.
If they're so stubborn, how come you don't build something sturdier?
You see any good building material out here?
I'm picking up what you're putting down, but these old boards are so busted, they barely even look like boards anymore. That's a good point. Miss Valley, are you sure they're even providing much cover now?
Doing a whole lot of talking about a whole lot of stuff I can't fix. There. Doors as good as new.
What? Hakase, hello. Hello, Raiders. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Let me... I don't know if Baskets is still here. Kashiwa... There we go. How is Rimworld? Welcome. We are playing National Park Girls. It is the final chapter, and there are content warnings out the wazoo for this one. Hello, by the way, I'm Vivi. If you've never met me before, it's lovely to meet you. But yeah, I would check out the pinned message if you are uncomfortable by certain topics. You might need to skedaddle. But yes, if you need to go rest, absolutely. I hope the park girls are happy. They are not, but we're getting there. Hopefully, I hope. But yeah, have a good sleep. Thank you so much for the raid, Hakase. Thank you. But yeah, a nail falls off as the last word leaves her lips. Guess that's that.
What do we do now?
But yeah, this is Death Valley, this is the newest one, this is Zion, and this is Yellowstone.
When are Yosemite and Miss Eve supposed to be back?
It might be a minute. They've got some stuff to hash out, if you catch my drift.
Gonna be longer than un minuto. Don't hold your breath unless you want to suffocate. In fact, I'd say there's more of a chance than only the tall one comes back.
Do you think the stones could get her?
Might need to check and see how far we end. So we're kind of playing a little bit
Heat stroke,
against the
starvation,
clock here,
hypothermia,
because
dehydration and rattlesnakes. And if none of that
I
does
should have
her in,
started
then great.
earlier.
But if I were you, I'd get all my crying out of the way now.
Yeah, if you like the premise, stop watching the stream. We're at the very end. Hi, Dragonator.
No way, Jose. I'm saving these tears for when we're all cozy and snug back home. Eve ain't the type to keel over that easily. If any two people can work together and survive this place, it's them.
If we can finish this in the next, 50 minutes, we're golden. If we can't, I might have to either end stream and start again when I get home, or literally just leave it running while I run to the post office.
Drive all the way out here for some
Which could take
mortal.
20 minutes. And I've never taken a 20-minute break before during a stream. I hate this. How can she say stuff that's so awful? Yosemite's gotten so much better. She used to be super grumpy, and nowadays she's mostly just sad.
Just shut your pie hole and have a little
Only
sleep.
20 minutes?
Faith moves mustard seeds, not corpses, freak show.
Just lie to us and say you're in the can. Okay, that's it. If she gets any meaner, she's gonna end Western civilization.
Now quit talking. I'm trying to focus.
She mad.
Calm down, Yellowstone. She doesn't know them like we do.
Darn Skippy. She was here for an entire month and this gunslinger didn't do zilch except help make Eve sadder.
The gunslinger doesn't say anything back. She seems distracted. I know my noggin gives people the willies sometimes, but she seems the type to give me back some fighting words.
Hold it.
Here it comes. Just gonna remember all the fancy stuff Yosemite used to scream at me and use it against her.
You ain't no sheriff in my book.
No, seriously, shut up.
And how about you put your dukes up and
Get down!
Death Valley shoves her entire weight over me and we fall to the floor. I get the slightest peek of the ceiling before her hat falls on my face.
Yellowstone, are you okay?
Big rock!
I turn my head and see one of the little rock fellas gabbing at me. Val takes a revolver and blasts that little guy 2 ways to Tuesday.
Rotten hell! I just fixed that window yesterday! Oh, stupid rock!
Holy smokes. I didn't even see it coming. Golly, you really saved my skin.
Yeah, you don't say! Damn it. Now I've got to get more boards and fix it. Never heard them this pissed before.
You said you don't remember everything about them, right? Well, maybe they remember you. Isn't that comforting?
The gunslinger stares out the hole the little guy just made.
Shrimpy, do me a favor and peek out the other window. Things ain't looking too great on this side.
Zion flaps over to the other side of the cabin. I take my chance to be useful and follow her.
Huh. Yes, I see. Miss Valley, is it normal for them to close in like this?
I scooch my way over and catch a glimpse of them. They're doing some kind of funky movements out there, like they're all trying to run over each other. Kind Kind of scary, though.
You don't reckon that fella from earlier was talking to me, do ya?
Oh, big rock! Maybe. Miss Valley, have they ever said anything like that before?
No. They usually just gurgle nonsense before I send them to their last judgment. Maybe they just like freak show here.
Milk was
You're
multiplied.
getting way too big for your britches, Missy. I'll have you know that.
Wait, you're Yellowstone, yeah?
Don't wear it out, punk.
That head of yours just for show, or can it actually do something?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, I'd like to show you exactly what it can do.
Calm down there, Hephaestus. I've got a plan.
Half a what now? That was another mean insult, wasn't it?
Spit it out! Throw it up if you have to!
I'm trying to guess how much time we have left based on a playthrough, but the playthrough I can find is on auto, so it's running kind of slowly, and it takes 5 hours for the auto playthrough to go through. Eyeing her gut, I ball my hand into a fist and crack my knuckles.
Guess I've got no choice then.
You wouldn't punch me, Eve. That would be a bridge too far, even for you.
Gonna be honest, you're not gonna make it. Fuck!
What happened the last time you said that?
I've never had to, like, leave stream to, like, get in the car and go somewhere, and I'm really unsure whether I want to leave it open or if I want to split this into 2, or if I can just leave it up for 20 minutes so the VOD's together. If I do, I'll probably put it on, like, emote-only chat for a little bit. Okay. Keep ourselves entertained in your absence. It would be the first time I'd ever have to do that. It would only be 20 minutes. I have seen people take 30 minutes breaks before. This is the scuff I like. She spreads her arms out and waits. Complete vulnerable. Free shot. My fingers dig deeper into the palm of my hand. I swing my arm back and... Damn it, I can't do it.
Ah, you're unbelievable!
I storm away and kick up a cloud of sand that flies back into my face.
It just means I have to be seen to be believed.
You're this close, Yosemite! This close!
Until what, exactly? Until you stop this tantrum and come home with me?
Well, that's not happening now! Ever! I'm going to die horribly because of you!
I'm gonna ask if it's possible for him to pick it up without me,
Ugh,
actually.
Don't be so dramatic.
Is it possible for you to pick it up without me? If my name's on it? Stream going long. There we go. Alright. Oh, I don't have words on stream. I don't have words on stream prepared,
There's no
so...
way for us to get back to the others now. Maybe you can survive out here, but without my supplies, I'm basically a walking corpse!
You already were. The only reason you came to this place to begin with is because you're just waiting to die.
She's actually calling me out on it. I can't believe her. And as her words linger in the air, she seems to have some trouble believing that she even said it herself, too. What right does she even have to question the things I want to do myself? None.
You know what? At least that's more graceful than dying of thirst. Or heat stroke. Or any of the things you just decided you're willing to subject me to.
I mean, there is one option.
What?
Take my hand and come back to Yosemite National Park with me.
No. No! Don't even try bringing it up because I'm not going to!
It would be instantaneous.
No! I left for a reason, and you should respect it! Besides, what about Yellowstone and Zion? You're just willing to leave them here? I wouldn't put it past you!
They could always teleport back to the cabin. Although,
They wouldn't know what happened to us unless we told them. I didn't think of that.
Yosemite frowns to herself. She realizes her brilliant plan has a few holes in it, and she just fell through one of them.
Congratulations! You've stranded us both.
She does! She does sound a little bit like a noisy child. I stomp out to the space, occupied by a few less shrubs than others. There's still a few scattered around, though, and I feel them snag against my skin as I plop on top of them back first. The sky is divided in two. One half of the sky is a dusty brown, while the other is a sterile blue.
What are you doing?
What's it look like? I'm waiting. God!
What else is there to do? Test our luck and try to find help? About 20 years ago, there was this family of German tourists that went missing out here. Car got stuck in a ditch and they went to look for help. Their remains weren't found until 13 years later. Bleak stuff.
I have a question.
Well, I thought you only had answers. Shocking.
Yeah, she had a BlackBerry phone, but I don't think she has it anymore.
Death Valley. Does she have a portrait like Zion, Yellowstone, and I? Like the ones hanging up in the cabin back home?
Yeah, it's hanging up at the gas station at Stovepipe Wells for safekeeping. Why do you care?
I sit up and look at her. She still has that frown on her face, and now she's squirming too. You only have yourself to blame for this, sweetie.
Well, the only reason I'm able to go to Yellowstone and Zion from the cabin is because I'm within viewing distance of their portraits. That, or they take me themselves. So, if I'm able to see where the portrait is, I should be able to take us directly to Death Valley, wherever she happens to be.
Whole lot of good that does us. We're God knows where. How would we be able to see it? Wait.
What?
I spring to my feet, start spinning around.
Hold on. I think I've got it.
Come on, please let us be able to see it from here.
Yes! This is perfect! Woo-hoo!
Somebody cowers, her head sinking into her shoulders like a turtle, but holy crap, it's too perfect. Prospects just shut up dramatically. I couldn't quit laughing if I wanted to.
You're kind of freaking me out.
Look over there!
I point to a mountain about 20 clicks
That's
away.
Telescope Peak. It's the highest point in the entire park. Perfect 360 view of this whole section.
Somebody's eyes shoot wide open as she catches on.
So, if we get to the top, then we'll be able to see Stovepipe Well, including the store.
There we go! That's our ticket!
Yosemite, always the killjoy, tries to throw cold water on the idea.
That's awfully far away, though. Are you sure you would be okay?
Alright. Might not be able to go to the post office at all, actually. Boy has bus duty. Alright, well that kind of solves that problem. I can't go. Coppertine, I don't know how to drive.
Nope.
Wait.
It's awfully far away, though.
Nope. But I really don't have much of a choice now, do I?
She better not forget. We're in this situation because of her.
You didn't give me a lot of options.
Yeah, that was on purpose.
I glare at her. There's real anger behind it, too. I always thought Yosemite had enough in common with me to respect my choices, even if she didn't agree with them. I don't just feel pissed off that she was willing to take it this far. I feel a little betrayed. He has a license for that, right? He's not driving the buses. No, bus duty. When you're a teacher, bus duty is overseeing the students getting onto the buses. That's what bus duty is. Teachers don't just suddenly become bus drivers. Otherwise, I would say, oh, he has to drive a bus. No, bus duty is the same as like lunch duty. It's the same as like exam duty. It's overseeing things. So yeah, he's got to work late. I'm guessing he's taken on somebody's shift because he didn't have that originally. Finally, she sighs.
All right, I'm sorry. No more tricks if we make it up the mountain. I'll take you to Death Valley, no questions asked. Happy now? Are those dopamine receptors activated?
Nope, but thanks for promising the bare minimum.
You're welcome. But in the meantime, I don't plan on just giving up and letting things stay as they are. And you better prepare yourself for... Where are you going?
I stop for the mountain. She's gonna be like this for the rest of the day anyway, so may as well get a move on.
To safety, with any luck. Now quit burning daylight and hustle.
Married to Miss Crabapple, Lentily, Doris, and Otter? No. they don't do the other jobs. Just Miss Crabapple. Her breathing gets harder as she hurries to catch up with me. Dunes of sand and hills of rock stand between us and the mountain, and thanks to Yosemite, it looks like we'll be climbing over all of them. Switch.
You want me to do what?
Shoot your volcano at those hijo de putas. Don't tell me it's just for decoration.
I can make tea, but using it as a weapon feels kinda...
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have imagined them trying to bash your brains in since you've gotten here.
Well, yeah, they're bloodthirsty, but they're also kinda cute, right?
Bloodthirsty Yellowstone. Bloodthirsty.
Glad one of you has some sense.
Looky here, I need to be mad to do it in the first place. I can bring myself to a boil just fine, but someone has to make me real peeved to get a full-on lava shower.
And what does that?
I don't know, usually not feeling respected and stuff.
Well, I don't respect you. Does that help?
Oh, she makes me so mad.
Little bit, yeah. But even Yosemite are way better at it.
Why would you ever let a mortal talk down to you?
I don't know, that's just what everyone does. Including you, I might add.
Good. Means I'm doing something right.
Making me angry is doing something right?
It's not.
Is that how little my feelings matter here?
Does too. And you know what, you little freak? I want you to channel that.
I'm asking very nicely for you to not call me that.
Oh, come on. That's what you are. A little sideshow weirdo.
Miss Valley, I really don't think this is...
Put it to good use, clown girl. Show me you ain't entirely useless and can direct that energy.
Why is she like this? Why does she have to be so mean? I can feel my eyes getting all misty. My head's getting all hot. Like there's fire burning up inside me and rising.
Uh-oh. She's gonna flip her lid!
Perfect. Now, just make sure to do it out there.
The gunslinger kicks me in my keister. If it weren't for the fact that I stumbled right out the door, I'd pop my top right here and now. All I'm seeing is red and orange and red and orange and red and orange and red and orange. Smoke is shooting on my head as quick as a train engine. Take a step forward. Hard steps. Violent steps. These bratty little stones, they're gonna... Oh, shucks, they're just little guys. No Yellowstone. Bloodthirsty. They're bad rocks. I need to... Aww. Flashbacks. Aww.
I can't.
Huh? Why'd you stop? Get out there and kill!
This isn't the way. It's not my way.
I'm not gonna do it.
Ay, give me a break.
Look, violence ain't the solution. I know you like shooting your problems away, but we have to try something else.
Try telling that to those things.
I know, but those stones, they remind me of people. Folks that were also like angry little rocks, doing angry little things. But violence and nastiness never did anything for them. What made them better was...
I swear to me I'm gonna puke if you finish that sentence.
Val looks angry. Like she's gonna ready to run up and deck me in the face.
Zion!
I look to my little earth angel. If anyone's gonna get it, I know it's her.
I know they're all bloodthirsty and angry and jagged, but I can't just blast them away like that. What if we did that to Miss Eve when she first showed up, huh?
That's a little different, Yellowstone.
But you get what I mean, right?
Oh, Yellowstone.
We just saw them talk, I think. Can't we at least try talking back? Establish some good old-fashioned communication?
Are you crazy?
Oh,
We just saw
Yeah.
them talk.
Are you crazy? They don't want to talk to you.
Maybe, but it's worth a shot.
Zion looks down. But when her eyes come back up, they seem certain. She floats over to my side.
I agree with Yellowstone. We at least have to try. Zion!
Ah! You two are hopeless!
Just have some faith, Val.
Val glares at me like she's about to whip out that gun of hers.
I guess you're Val now. Good luck, Yellowstone.
Val steps forward and grabs my shoulder. I jump back a
I
bit.
think you mean good luck to us. It's about to get real bloody.
Static goes around us, and we teleport outside. When we get out, we're about 15 feet away from where we started. Not sure I've ever teleported this short of a distance before.
Hey! Hellspawn! Don't eat this! Just listen to it!
Val teleports away just as quickly as she brought me in. I'm totally alone now. Staring down a buttload of angry killer rocks. Oh boy. Zion scurries back into the cabin and peeks out from a hole.
You've got this, Yellowstone. Just make the first move. Right.
I step forward and wave my arms towards them.
Hey, party people. What's the hippie haps?
I still say party people.
Yeah, that's right. It's me, Big Rock.
No!
Did you just call me dude?
No! They speak the same language, no!
No way!
They speak the lingo. Why are you trying to hurt us?
One stone starts sliding towards me. The rest stay behind.
Howdy, little fella.
What the fuck?
Can you tell me what the hippity haps are? We're just minding our own beeswax and you're trying to murder us and junk.
What? Because your butt is acting up and bopping us.
What the fuck?
That's the big idea. We're just bopping and bopping.
What the
It's not
fuck?
very hopping.
I hate all of
Val.
this. I'm
She's a bit
sorry.
terrible. What I want
Fucking love that y'all say stop lingo is not relevant.
So we can not die.
I'm feeling pain.
Big Rock. You and the Reaper are buds?
Well, yeah, I guess so. She's kind of mean, but so are most of my friends.
Cackle of rocks gossip to each other in a funky rock language I can't understand.
Big Cheese wants to chat. You dig Big Rock?
Big Cheese?
What?
Like the president of rocks?
Out.
Radical.
Yeah. So I do understand. I understand what's happening here because they are trying to alleviate the tension with the funny Yellowstone rock stuff, but I am very aware that this is the final chapter and we are spending time on silly rock subplot. It doesn't feel like the best use of the time that we have left. I would have preferred more. You like the rocks? I think this is definitely something where people are gonna have different opinions, whether they like it or not. Some people might like it, some people might not. I'm a little bit in the camp of, I get it, but this feels more like a chapter 3 thing than something you'd put in the final. Like a chapter 5 thing. Again, I get what the, I get what their use is as part of a story device. Like, they are breaking up the tension, but it's a little too much, if it makes sense. At least this is how I feel. As, you know, I've been around the block a couple of times, reading-wise.
I want to bring my friend,
Reaper or small one?
Reaper. She's part of it.
I refuse. Cool nickname, though.
If things go wrong, just teleport away. I'm gonna come with you.
Ugh, you're so dead.
Nuh-uh. Then why am I not dead now, smarty pants? Yeah, plus I can fly. Rocks can't. I'll lift you up if they start being aggressive again.
But the rocks were literally throwing themselves around before.
Oh, you always lift me up, Zion.
Yeah, I think the Uno game was actually a really good way of breaking things up because that was funny, but it was also talking about stuff that was kind of tonally similar. Like, it was quite serious at times, like the existentialism and stuff that went into it. That one was really well written. I think the rocks are just too goofy. I'm sorry. I do apologize because I know some of you do like them, and that's okay. That's all right. You're allowed to like them. You're allowed to like them. It's fine. We can all have different opinions on things. This is just my opinion as a reader.
That's because I love you, Yellowstone. Zion. Yellowstone.
Ay, Dios. If it'll make you two shut up, then fine.
Val swooshes her way next to me with Zion.
This better work.
Ah! Demon Slate, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Let me pop. There we go. Hope you had a good Hades stream. I feel like a lot of people are playing Hades right now. But yeah, hello. I am Vivi of Vividly Vivi, radioactive Australian VTuber. We are playing National Park Girls. It is the final chapter. And I have the need to tell you that it is, despite what's happening on screen right now, there's a lot of content warnings for this chapter. It deals with topics such as suicide, depression, alcoholism, animal death. So if that's too serious or heavy for you guys right now, please feel free to yeet if you need to. I understand. Take care of yourself. But I do really appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, wait, I didn't read that. Dwayne pokes out from behind Val's leg.
Heretic Prince! Heretic Prince!
What? The rocks go on high alert as soon as Dwayne shows his adorable face. They close in on the four of us, circling in like a pack of wolves.
Bring the Heretic Prince, you dig? Dig!
Cerberus! Don't tell me you're a prince?
What? I feel a little bit like, here's what the tones feel like to me. One of them feels like we're watching like a really serious episode of like Puella Magi, right? And then suddenly it slams into one of the goofier episodes of Precure. Like tonally, it's just so different that it kind of curdles my stomach a little bit. With cringe. I'm sorry. I know that I can see some of you enjoying it. I'm sorry, but I do really like it overall. But guessing Hades has been playing more because of Hades 2. Probably. That's probably why. A marching goes on. Gravel got into my left. Gravel got into my left through one of the holes. Left. So yeah. The other thing as well is they have had quite a few typos in this one, so this is gonna need some proofreading before they do the final thing, which I'm guessing they've done. I'm guessing they're already doing. Yeah, I'm guessing it means left shoe. I don't wear socks anymore, so it's been ripping and tearing at the skin between my toes. At a certain point, it started to develop into a blister. Every step I take, the gravel rubs against the small open wound. Still, none of that is as painful as hearing Yosemite's groaning. Can't take a single step without her unleashing a pained moan.
You got something to say, Yosemite? Like an apology?
No, not particularly. It's just that this is excruciating.
Okay. I glance over my shoulder. She's 10 feet behind me, at least. Her shoulders propel her forward as she walks, and her legs dragging behind her. As nimble and quick as sludge.
And whose fault is that? Yours, clearly. You're the one I drove 500 miles for.
I would walk 500 miles. Every word is punctuated by heavy breathing. She's so dainty, like a wilting flower. It's kind of funny, actually. The personification of a national park is an out-of-shape nerd. She doesn't have to know that, though. As far as she should be concerned, she should I think she's an irritating pile of misery that selfishly drags people into a vortex of garbage. But she's an irritating pile of misery that came looking for me. People like Jessie and now Yosemite are always trying to prove something about myself to me. Why do they do that? I know what I am, and they just seem to believe otherwise. Pisses me off.
Well, Yosemite, Maybe next time you'll think twice before tossing someone into a life or death scenario to prove a point.
How was I supposed to know it would take us to the middle of nowhere? I don't think... Wait,
Her ears wiggle.
next time? That means there will be more opportunities to teach valuable life lessons,
Aww.
whether you like it or not. And in order for that to happen, we would have to be in close proximity to each other. Which means that you've decided to come home. Oh, Eve, I always knew I would be able to topple those walls you've built.
Oh, you dog. Still not used to her calling me Eve. Before, it was always Ranger or some kind of snide nickname. Death Valley does the same thing, but I think I prefer Yosemite's nicknames more, even if they do still suck.
You're delusional.
Incorrect. I am merely an optimist.
Liar. You used to tell me that you were a realist.
I changed my mind.
Oh.
I was doing just fine without you.
Which one of us is the liar now?
I shouldn't be surprised that there's a visual novel. Yeah, there's plenty of visual novels with anthropomorphized concepts. This one has been out since 2019.
You're delusional.
Oh, I scrolled all the way up!
Liar.
I changed my mind.
I was doing just
Which one of us is the liar now?
I hit my scroll wheel and I went through all of it. We've been trudging through the desert for 2 hours now. My hand, already sunburnt from the last month, is starting to form a new layer of bright red. Yosemite doesn't know it, but we were lucky enough to have landed somewhere on the Panamint Range. I figure that with another hour of walking, we'll be able to find a trail that takes us to Telescope Peak. That's where the easy part ends, though. From there, we've got to hike up the whole damn mountain, assuming we manage to make it that far. That's the thing about these girls. They can get hurt or a little roughed up, but they're going to be fine when all is said and done. As long as nothing happens to their parks, they can heal. I'm not strong enough to bounce back from this stuff, and I'm tired of trying to. I'm so tired.
Are you just going to stew in silence this entire trip? You must have lost your edge out here. Can't even argue properly now.
She's so desperate.
I ever tell you how obvious you are?
Have you ever considered that perhaps I purposefully dumb myself down for your sake?
I snort. Not sure if it's because I'm already out of breath from hiking or if it's because Yosemite said something stupider than usual.
You have too much pride to dumb yourself down. So I think you're just naturally dumb. And you want to know how I know that, Yosemite? Because you pull out the same tactics as everyone else who has ever tried to get a rise out of me.
The slow, dragging footsteps behind me stop.
There is a difference.
I stop walking and wait.
Unlike them, I actually care about you. I'll keep letting you know that until you're sick of it. Then I'll still keep doing it. Why else would I be walking beside an idiot like you?
When I turn around, she's pulled her hat down over her eyes. What the hell? Who says that kind of stuff and means it? Someone like Yosemite? What? No, God, stop it, stop it, stop it! If I go down that road, I might actually start to believe she... By the time my dry throat forces me to gulp, the moment has passed. I can see the situation clearly again. Yosemite caring does not make up for her going against what I want. Of course, I already knew she cared. Lots of people care. I care. But caring doesn't change a thing.
I'm only seeing one set of footprints here.
She needs to cut this crap out right now. I'm not going to be able to stand spending the next day with her if she keeps acting like this. I'll lose it.
Well, that's just because I'm carrying you, scrub.
Didn't know your comebacks dealt in Hallmark cards now. You're so well read.
When did you notice the footprints?
Long time ago, when we were in Zion, and you ran off crying into the woods. You giant diva. Leave no trace. Kind of fitting for what you are, don't you think?
What is that supposed to mean?
Her tone is sharp.
Some of us would rather leave a mark than have it fade.
You know I didn't mean it like that.
She's not just trying to start something this time. I touched a nerve. It's not that hard to do when it's her we're talking about. Also, I just realized her ears are beautiful. Eve's ears are kind of stumpy. Eve has very tiny, Tiny, funny little ear. There's a light drumming in the center of my head. A wave of heat ripples through my body, and a second later I get the chills from sweating. Really wish I was thrashed right about now.
But now that you mention it, it wouldn't kill you to take a little comfort in how good you've got it.
No ear bully. I will ear bully. She breathes in deeply and fixes her eyes on me. Guess the conversation is going there.
I would suggest you choose your next words very carefully.
You know what? No. You were the one who wanted to talk, Yosemite. So let's talk.
I close the distance between us. If I wanted to, I could get in her face real quick. Might still do it, too.
This doesn't surprise me anymore. But you've got a pretty warped view about people and how they work. Because you're so self-absorbed, you can't imagine anyone thinking any differently than you. But that's the thing. We couldn't be more different. You want to know why that is?
She crosses her arms. What an answer.
Nature is resilient. And guess what you are? Oh, sure. People do a bang-up job of mucking it up. We might even end up fracking our
Is she
way
really
straight
going,
into
wah,
hell.
I'm human,
But-
wah.
Remove the sickness, and the foliage and dirt usually wind up bouncing back just fine. A fire can destroy an entire forest, but come back years later, it's a vibrant field. Get it?
As an Australian, I have seen what extreme fires can do, and not always.
You've got rebirth on your side.
I wouldn't say a few
But
years
most of us
later.
happen to be born mortal. So a lot of times, we don't bounce. We fall flat on our face, eat shit, and don't get back up. You can't be beaten down by the way the world is and be broken for good. Your fingers can't get chewed off before your life even begins. Just like that.
Oh yeah, the voice
So
acting's
you're
great.
sad because it's unfair? Just can't take it anymore? Boo-hoo. There's a lot of things that aren't fair, Eve.
Also, she's allowed to be wrong in her monologue there. She is kind of, I think she's meant to be wrong.
Of course, you can't grasp the concept. Why would you? The last time I saw you, you were a wreck. Now you're as good as new. That's why you should embrace it. You get renewal eventually. Embrace it. The rest of us get one catharsis.
Yosemite breathes violently. Her chest heaves in and out. She balls her hands into fists. Here it comes. After all this time, she might finally take a swat at me.
I've already been renewed.
And she walks away towards the mountain.
Hey! Hold on, don't just...
She keeps walking, ignoring me. No snarking off or a flimsy attempt to get the last word in. She just walks.
What the hell? Don't just let me get away with all that.
Wait, you're telling me the alcoholic hobo who ran away to Death Valley to die in a puddle of her own vomit doesn't have all the answers, right? No, they've written that part well. At least try. Give me a good punch or something. Right in the kisser. Okay, that's kind of funny. Pow, right in the kisser. Come on, just do it. I've gotten away with so much already. Not once has she ever raised a hand or gotten physical with me. All this time, even in the parking lot when I was headbutting her. She must take pride in being a pacifist, huh? I hate it so much. She thinks she's enlightened now? Does she think she's made it? That has to be it. The altruism is a farce. It's only so she can herself the authority. The authority to save me. For the gratification and ego boost that comes with it. God damn it. This headache sucks. Yosemite sucks. It's all some game. It's all to prove a point. Or lack of a point. It's so fruitless. I know how she thinks. I know who she is. I thought I might have known her better than she knew herself. So why is she able to get past it? I thought we were miserable. Together, you know? Maybe that I'm not giving a shit about it being extremely overdramatic. I want to see the rocks. Oh, some of you do love the rocks, huh? So if that's not it, if we don't share that, we don't share anything. My feelings have been clear, crystal, from the very start. I suck in as much of the dry air as my wheezing body will allow. The breath I take in scrapes against my lungs.
I hate you!
Okay. Yosemite stops. Now it's her turn. She gets to experience it now. How it feels to be stopped dead in your tracks as every piece of progress you feel you've made is to be called into question.
I hope you burn to the ground! You! Every tree, every bush, every animal! I hope there's nothing left!
It burns as I scream and my throat feels like I'm goggling nails. But I let the words be as loud as they need to be.
And you know what, Yosemite? I hope no one remembers. Not you, or the wretched park that spawned your useless life!
Oh my god, you fucked up. That was your bad. You fucked up. Stop hurting other people. She rubs her eye. It might have been something that got stuck in there, because she just flicks it away.
Until you're sick of it and then some. Ass.
Keeps walking. Keeps walking. Yep, Yosemite's too good for this. She's too good for you. Why does she keep walking? I take one step forward, stumble, and try to catch up. On my 5th step, I stumble again.
Get out of my life! You think I want you and the rest of you freaks here? You're all pathetic! Hypocrite! Self-righteous hypocrite! Just die already!
This better be the worst she gets, because we only have so much time left of the chapter. The distance between us grows larger. I scream at her while closing the distance. Eventually, my voice gives out. Switch.
Oh boy.
Back to rocks.
Y'all ever met a
Hi,
king
Crunch.
before?
Hi, Crunch. Hello. What are you up to? That is true, Shotgun. That is true. But hello. What were you up to? Whoop. Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. Has that been good? Been enjoying yourself? But hello. How you doing? We are playing National Park Girls. It is the final chapter. So, I did see, Tane, you added this to your wish list. You may not want to watch, because this is the final chapter. So it's all kind of coming to a head now. Big spoilers. Final chapter. Yes, final chapter. And yes, it's time to explain the trigger one. Actually, let me just real quick, actually, if I can sell it a little bit. So, these are the park girls. This is Eve, she's a park ranger. Then we got Yosemite, who is Yosemite Park, Zion National Park, and Yellowstone, who has the volcano head. The art is by Satchley, who did the same art for Doki Doki Literature Club. Up until, like, halfway through chapter 4, it's been, you know, a little bit of a romp, and then suddenly, we now have content warnings, so it's gotten quite serious towards the end. But yeah. Oh, all good, Crunch. You have a good rest. All of you, Raiders, Crunch Raiders, if you need to go rest, I totally understand. If you do want to stay, personally, I would advise, if you want to play this, probably to leave, so you can experience it yourself. If you do want to stay, on the off chance you do want to stay, please know that the content warnings are, we're dealing with alcoholism, depression, suicide ideation, and animal death. So, yeah, there's a lot going on. Okay. We're gonna get back to it.
Oh boy. I'm nervous.
And weird rocks.
Y'all ever met a king before?
Is there much blood and death? No. Completely different tonally. Completely different. Miki Lover. I would say that Doki Doki is meant to be more of a breaking the fourth wall kind of thing. It's very meta in terms of like visual novel stuff. This is not. This is not like that. This is existential, but it's not in the same way as Doki Doki at all. Just the same artist, that's all. But yes. Alright. It will lurk to experience the story. All right, but it is the final chapter. But if that doesn't bother you, that's all good then. I hope you and Crunch had a good time. I was lurking the Crab Souls stream earlier.
Every time I look in the mirror.
Shush your mush. Big cheese mouth. Yes,
Matt! Oh! Oh, hello! Nuke stream! Jet stream! Hello! Hi! Double raid! Wow, okay. Alright, we're gonna save. I gotta show people things first. Hello! Welcome to the title screen for a brief second. Hello, Raiders! Hello, Jets Raiders! Hello! Hello, Jets! How is your stream? Let me get you a shout out. Wow! 1 second. What were you doing? What were you up to? Oh, Metro 2033! Wow! Okay. Nice. I hope that it's been good. I hope that you have been having a nice time. I need to play that eventually. I've heard nothing but glowing reviews. And also, the person who wrote Metro 2033 is very sweet. Very cool. But hello. Hello, Raiders. I'm Vivi of Vividly Vivi. I am radioactive Australian VTuber. And here we do whatever the fuck I want. Ba-bang. We're playing a visual novel. We're actually on the final chapter. This is a visual novel about national parks that are anime girls. You can see here, we have Eve, who is the park ranger. This is Yosemite of Yosemite National Park. This is Zion of Zion National Park. And this is Yellowstone of Yellowstone National Park. And hope you're having a very comfy stream. I now have to tell you about the content warnings because we're on chapter 5. Chapter 5 has such just in case anyone here is potentially affected by things, the content warnings include alcoholism, depression, suicide ideation, and animal death. If any of these topics make you unhappy or uncomfortable, or you want to avoid those, you may need to exit stage right. Because it deals with serious topics. Is it just this game? Just the stream in general? Just this stream and a little bit of last stream. It's gotten serious. But what's funny is it's gonna seem really weird for a bit because there's also rocks that talk, and we're currently dealing with that. Zilla, thank you for the gift sub to Tane. Thank you. So what the fuck? How do I explain things now? Jets, I love you. I'm actually really happy you rated this point because this is the funniest fucking time you could have rated. If you had rated just before, it would have been a very toxic tsundere Yuri fight that they were just having. So yeah, these are sailing stones, which are actual things apparently. But they don't talk in real life. In this, they do. But for some reason, they talk in like old lingo. What the fuck? It's got a crown and shit. Okay, so the rocks were trying to kill them for all of this chapter, and then they finally tried talking to the rocks. And then the rocks were like, "We need you to meet our king." So Zion, Yellowstone, and Death Valley have gone to meet a stone wearing a Burger King crown. And the serious plot will come back later. The serious plot comes back after this. Anyway, all the characters are fully voiced. I do the narration. Thank you again, Jets. Thank you so much. It is so good to see you, and I'm so happy that you finished Metro 2033. All right, we're gonna keep going. Thank you so much. If you need to rest, I totally understand. Okay. The stones part, letting one walk through. He has a crown of some kind on his head, slipping off because it doesn't fit quite right. It looks like it's made of cardboard. Did he get it from a burger joint? The king clears his rock throat.
What's up? What's up?
Let me kill them.
Miss Valley, no. What's up?
So she talks like that, the others don't.
What's up?
I love that I'm like, hey guys, it has really serious topics. A rock going, what's up? through the what's-ups, please.
What's up?
She's shaking!
What's up?
Silence.
You know the greeting of my people.
What? There's a long silence. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Plot is gotten so cringe, it's funny again. Robin, I'm dying. Finally, the king speaks.
That's pretty groovy.
I think they like you, Yellowstone.
But why?
Jeez, really? Glad someone does.
He's stoned, I get it. Oh my god.
Welcome, Big Rob. You are now in the place to
Hi,
be.
kid.
Party Central, baby. I am King Myvia, the big cheese round this popsicle stand.
Howdy-o, Daddy-o. I'm Yellowstone, and these guys are Zion and Val.
Oh, I got the deets on the Reaper. The real dirty deets. Mighty kind of you to bring back my little buddy and deliver the kidnapper to our kingdom. The Heretic Prince.
Cerberus!
Heretic Prince, Heretic Prince, Heretic Prince!
So this is a rock that was not trying to kill them and was just hanging outside of their house, and she called him Cerberus, the rest called him Dwayne. Dwayne the Rock. Yeah.
We just call him the rock formerly known as the Heretic Prince.
Not cool. We gotta be on the same page here, small twig creature.
Well,
See, dudes, he prefers to be called a prince.
Well, the favorite moment of this plot has Vivi in pain. It's my stomach hurts. I think I'm getting a stomach ulcer from the cringe. Hi, Smoochie. Serious topics, by the way. Super serious. Please believe me. Please believe me. She's been talking about killing herself, and she was talking to dead animal corpses before, okay? This is a weird subplot. Haven't you guys ever seen an anime? Haven't you ever seen an anime where there's like a really serious plot, and then there's like the side plot with like the funny little mascot characters? It's basically that, okay? That's what's happening right now. It's mood whiplash, okay? Okay? I'm not lying. I wasn't lying. Dwayne hops around. Probably the most I've ever seen him move so far. And he doesn't look too happy to be called a prince to me.
Silence!
All the stones stop their jibber-jabbering. Now quiet as, well, rocks.
Listen up, dudes. The Heretic Prince and the Siren who's put the shamoves on him shall be met with a horrible death.
Okay.
Yay! Wait, no. That's bad. Why are you doing that?
It's our motto that you have to always be moving, always be grooving. The Heretic Prince rejects this, so he fled.
Yeah, you
His
came in
life of
during a little
sloth,
bit of the beach episode.
hedonism. Pretty big sin there, man. Moving! And his partner in crime, the one who protects him from his groovy responsibility. Our tormentor for decades, the Reaper.
I like his little glasses. The dozens of stones around us stop booing and hissing in unison. A couple of them even throw themselves at Val.
That's right. And I do it all again too, you little devils.
Miss Valley, you're really not helping your case right now.
Is it so wrong for a father to miss his son? To hate that he chooses not to inherit the holy crown? To not move? To never groove?
Bludgeoning tourists to death is way worse.
Whoa, hang on. Let's talk about this.
I don't know what there is to talk about, Big Rock Dude.
Yeah,
The
these
Heretic
rocks have
Prince
killed
has
people.
rejected the sacred commandment of continuous locomotion. He does not move, nor groove. You can't even go with the flow. Kind of a bummer, man.
But isn't he going with the flow by choosing his own way to go?
Everyone's quiet.
Drop them deets, Big Rock.
Well, if you guys are going with the flow, maybe the flow's not the same for everyone. Maybe people have different ways of going with the flow. The flow's not always the same way to go, you know?
In the distance of the desert, I hear a bird chirping.
Yes. You've got the flow, but you've got to show me a bit more, you know. Father, you missing. Reminiscing.
Don't start rapping! I want to cry!
He's
No!
gonna throw away.
No!
much just let me go.
Doing great, Yellowstone! Hit him with the death blow! Don't think your love is something he'd outgrow. Just needs some room to move his elbow.
I hate everything. I hate everything. I hate everything.
There you go, Daddy.
I'm trying to listen to that song. No! I don't even know anything that they said. I take it all back. Can we go back to Eve? It's hard to tell what the stories are thinking most of the time, but the little carved-out area on his face seems old and ancient. If he were human, I bet he'd have a beard.
Dwayne's just trying to live the way he wants to. He's happy with Val. He's happy being just a little guy. If you really love him, just be happy he's happy.
Is this true, my prince? Is this what you really want?
There are tears in my eyes.
Ewo, Ewo! Wow!
This is
Ewo,
really
Ewo,
how this
Ewo,
subplot goes.
Ewo. Ewo, Ewo! Ewo!
What are they saying?
Hell if I know.
Ewo! Ewo, Ewo! Ewo!
Dad.
What is the voice acting? Dad!
My son!
What the fuck? What the fuck? A small pebble slides down the sturdy cheeks of King Mayfield. You have no idea what they just said, but to make me all emotional. No.
Very well.
Oh.
I vibe with these terms.
Oh, I can't.
So you'll stop trying to kill us?
Temporary truce until you leave our realm. Word. On one condition.
Let's hear it.
The Reaper's exiled upon your departure. If the she-devil ever shows her ghastly mug to us hopping and bopping rocks, the deal will be void, bro.
Hold up! I object!
Works for me.
Very well. It has been decreed.
So they're
Riley.
kicking her out of her home? It's very late where I live. I'm trying honest not to burst out laughing. I don't blame you. Oh, I wonder what my neighbors think. I don't think I've ever screamed that loud. I don't think I've ever screamed that loud during, even during horror games. That's the most I've ever reacted.
And I knew you could do it.
Oh, my head hurts. Oh, I think there's an ulcer in my brain. Pick Zion up and spin her around as the rocks around us cheer.
This is bullshit. No way that's all it took. Just some awful kindergarten rap?
It's the freshest thing this side of the Colorado.
Oh my fucking god.
I can't believe it.
I am grateful to have met you, Big Rock Yellowstone.
Oh my god.
Perhaps we cannot shake hands, but I bid you the status of equal and a hearty howdy-o!
Howdy-o! Howdy-o! Howdy-o! Howdy-o! Howdy-o!
Oh god, they said Derbaev. The stones all leap together, throwing and rolling in unison, to the horizon, to the sunset.
Goodbye. I'll never forget you. Unless I do. But goodbye anyway. Just look at him, frolicking through the harsh desert sands. Ain't it a thing of beauty? It is. It really is.
Hey, sunshine. I got something for you.
Ooh, a present?
Whack.
Ow!
That's for exiling me from my ancestral homeland, you big idiot!
What? It was a good deal. I'm sorry.
Val gives a big sigh.
But I gotta hand it to you. You handled that cleaner than I would've.
You really think so?
Yeah. And don't make me say it again.
She looks down and shuffles her feet. For someone who's usually you're so usually rowdy and loud, she almost looks delicate right now. No, it wasn't!
I think we might have gotten off on the wrong foot.
Oh.
And I ain't saying it's my fault. Just that
Thank you
demigods
guys
sometimes
for the
don't
followers.
see small stuff. And
Please feel free to come back to future Vivi streams. There won't be raps in those.
Yeah?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, I'm sorry for being a pain in the ass. And stuff.
Aw, Val. Ever since last night, I thought you were bad news. Bogus. That might be a teeny bit true, but you're actually pretty neat. So maybe you ain't no sheriff. But you know what? You're my
Following on the
favorite
condition that there is more rapping in the future. Okay. I also do karaoke.
We good then?
Unfollowing?
Yeah.
It's serious, no! We Gucci.
Now bring it in, partner.
Nope, no hug. I don't hug.
Of course you hug.
Darn Skippy. If you're gonna be bunking with us, you gotta learn how to be a grade A hugger.
Wait, what?
I mean, where else you gonna go?
Hi,
Can't
Az.
just stay here. That'll avoid the truce.
Do we have room in the
She
cabin
said
though?
bunk! Bunkmates in chat, let's go!
She can sleep on the floor with you and me.
You won't.
Dwayne hops on my shoulder. His weight crushes me and I almost fall to the ground. That's okay though. Might bruise later, but he just wants to join in on the love.
You come with us too, Dwayne.
Don't get used to it. I'm only sticking around until the mess you caused blows over. Then I'm out. You got that?
Yeah. Whatever you say, Miss
My phone is
Demigod.
ringing. 1 second. Never mind, he hung up immediately. All good. Aw, we pull her into a hug and she groans the whole way.
It's true. I am a demigod. I am.
We know you are, Miss Valley. We know you are.
You know.
I've never changed my ringtone because I don't want to ruin any songs. It doesn't move. Okay, we're back to the serious stuff now. That was the end of... Okay, it's all serious plot from now on, guys. All right, let's go. No more raps. Doesn't move. Not even a twitch.
The poor thing. Do you think it's...
Somebody trails off and lets the silence imply the rest. I don't need to think about it, though. One look is all I need. That thing's dead.
Find a stick. Try poking it or something.
I bend over, stumbling as I do. My entire field of vision spin and splits in two. 4 hands, 20 fingers. 2 rabbit corpses before finally merging into one image.
Can you drop the brooding for 5 seconds and say something?
It's been a quiet march since I chewed at Yosemite. We have a dynamic going on. She tries to make polite conversation about the sights, and I stay stone silent. Why didn't we just do this from the start?
Look at the marks on its back.
The rep sold me there? Oh no. Its fur is warm. Not from a departing trace of life, but simply from baking out in the sun. I roll it over and trace the deep red and purple gashes carved into its skin. Yosemite cringes and punctuates it with a groan for good measure.
I said to find a stick.
I've been touching dead things pretty much every day since I got here. It's not a big deal unless you're a germaphobe. Though I still get that same shock to my system whenever I see a carcass. I hope that doesn't go away. There is value in that.
These are from the talons of a hawk. Must have gotten attacked by another bird and dropped it. Killed by the talons alone. If it didn't bleed out, then the impact would have definitely finished the job. Then it died for nothing. Not even for sustenance.
What an ignorant thing to say. Not unsurprising coming from the Empress of saying crap she can't back up there.
Well, Yosemite, I guess that just depends on your perspective.
I lay the sarcasm on extra thick. She has to know how wrong she is. Needs to know what I've gleaned in this past month. I've woken up. I get it now.
Enlighten me with your perspective, then. No, death is pointless. The grand majority of us are gonna kick it at some point.
Yay, the
That tells me the
existentialism's
point of
back.
living is to die. Hallelujah.
The silence between us is carried by the desert wind, and I realize something. I played right into her hands. The cackling witch got me. This is what she wanted the whole time. To know me, so she can criticize me.
Can you explain that further? No. Go to hell.
I drop my backpack on the dirt and sift through the biggest pocket. It has to be around here somewhere.
I've been nothing but upfront with you about who I am and the things I feel. Why won't you do the same for me? Even if it's only for the sake of putting me in my place.
Where is it? Don't tell me I left it in the cabin when I was skinning the other day.
The silent treatment again. I thought we moved past this.
Oh my god.
I would
The
much
cringe
prefer you
manifested
screeching.
itself into a physical lump in my throat. Ugh. I unzip all of the other pockets, pulling out journals and pens in case it slipped into a crevice. No luck.
Damn.
What is so important that it's worth ignoring me over?
My knife.
I always knew it would end this way.
Not today. I want its feet.
Does your MC not talk? No, she's the main character. She's the main character.
The rabbits?
Definitely not yours.
In my head, I measure its size. It's about half the length of my arm, so probably under a year old. A
I
leveret.
guess I could fit it into my backpack.
Somebody shifts nervously. I can hear the fabric of his shorts rubbing together.
I don't understand. Why can't you just leave it alone?
Specifically to make you uncomfortable.
It does make me uncomfortable.
I stare into the hare's lifeless button eyes, wide open in shock. It looks like the kind you see on plush toys.
You were always a sentimentalist. Maybe you acted tough, but you were mush when it came to animals. How did you go from that to displaying their corpses?
Take it you don't appreciate it then?
Frankly, it sickens me.
Good night, Zilla! Why can't she stop poking around in my head? I told her to die in a fire. It didn't even faze her. Isn't there anything I can do that can get her to shut up? Maybe I'm overthinking it. If I tell her the truth, maybe that'll be enough and she'll finally get it. When the reality stares her in the face like this rabbit is staring into the dirt, it'll make her sick. My hand shakes and I gag. I solve both problems by throwing my hand over my mouth and swallowing everything my body is trying to purge. My arms feel like dead weight, and despite walking through the sand every damn day, my legs wobble. Yet I can still scrape up enough strength to stand.
I'll tell you the same thing I told Yellowstone, since you girls are so curious. This dead rabbit, it has more power in its rotten carcass than I've ever had in 27 years.
She scoffs, almost laughs.
Power? The rodent is dead. There is no power there. It's empty. Perhaps there's some reverence for the life it lived in this place and the cosmic miracle it even did to begin with. Perhaps that notion is even sacred. But it's still empty. There's no energy residing in it. Certainly not enough for there to be any power.
Quit thinking so linearly, Yosemite.
Her eyes narrow as I throw the tired quote she spewed to me dozens of times right back in her smug face.
There is power. Because I assign power to it. You're right. It's dead.
I'm sorry, I still can't stop thinking about
Now
the
that
stupid
I've
rock.
laid eyes on it,
I'm sorry.
it has all the power over me it will ever need. Whether it's real or symbolic, I don't care. It doesn't matter.
What symbolic power could a rotting mass of meat ever have over you? What does it offer you aside from the aesthetics of a serial murdering freak?
Resolution.
Again, I gag, and again, I swallow. My stomach is boiling.
Conclusion. Some courage. I can bottle it in me. Because I need it. All of it.
She takes a step forward. My reflexes are dull and hazed, and I don't dodge. She clasps my hands. I tear myself away. She just does it again and holds on even tighter.
Courage for what? I promise I'm not trying to hurt you this time. All I want is to understand so I can help. Why is it so significant for you?
It's noble. Like finishing a task. It's the ending of hurt and resistance. And I'm just tired of resisting, you know?
Yosemite, for all of her own theatrics and claims of caring, can only manage to stare at me with worried confusion.
No. Maybe you don't.
I yank my hand away and keep it locked at my side so she can't grab it again.
All you do is resist. You're scared that what happened to Zion will happen to you. That's the only reason you ever did anything.
The nauseous feeling in my gut worms its way into my chest, and the entire sickening feeling blooms throughout my entire body. Please let this be the end of the whole conversation.
I'll give you that.
She just can't stay quiet. Why can't she let me rest? Everything is a battle, and I'm not even trying to fight.
There was a long time, longer than your worldly 27 years, where I did resist. I pushed back as hard as I could, just like you. I would fight so hard I would hurt others, sabotage myself, just like you.
Dry heaves are coming on. I try to muffle them, but they wheeze out.
But I don't feel the need anymore. It still hurts, but it doesn't bite at me anymore. I'm not scared. I can be grateful for the now, while understanding that the change will come. Because there was change in you. Even now, I still see it. Regardless of whatever aesthetic attempt at redemption or punishment you're trying to pull,
What happened to Zion?
you can't disguise
Zion
yourself.
used to be like an adult, but then they regress back. Like, well, not really regress. It's like they sort of lose all their memories and they're a child again, and it's a cycle that goes over and over and over again. There's no holding it anymore. I have to let go.
You hurt because you care. And I know you hurt. But I'm even more certain that you care. I see you, and I would be blind not to. Because you're the person that changed me.
Bile leaks out of my mouth. I spray liquid across the ground. Choke, gag, do it again. Yosemite's tearful war face droops in shock. I collapse. Down on all fours, I purge my stomach of the slurry of morning cocktail. It mixes with sand and makes pink mud. I slump to my side and groan.
Oh my goodness! Eve, are you okay?
She rushes over and I can feel her hovering over me.
If you needed to stop, you should have said something earlier.
Piss off.
This wasn't how it was supposed to go at all. Why is this happening?
Not that hard to figure out.
She does the math in her head, then glares at me. We're going on 6 hours since I threw that bottle at her. Close to 24 since I've had a proper drink.
Amazing how your impulses always end up having consequences, isn't it?
Does she think I haven't heard that one before? Not just from her, but from everyone who thinks I don't consider my actions. I know. I want to care. I don't. Leave me alone.
If you have a problem with it, then leave.
Don't tempt me.
As the sweat trickles down my cheeks, I flash from cold to hot. Yosemite doesn't even know she's giving me what I've wanted all along. If I didn't feel like I was about to go off again and hurl on this rabbit's face, I'd laugh.
No, I mean it.
She brushes strands of hair out of my face. I grab her wrist.
Leave. I'm not asking.
Yosemite stares at me and breathes. She stands up.
And I'm not listening. Don't tell me what to do.
This is what I want. Deal with it.
Whenever I move, there's a rising feeling of dizziness, like the numb incoherence of the flu.
What you want sucks. Can you stand?
I'm sorry. That's kind of the funniest thing to say to somebody with suicide ideation. What you want sucks.
Not for you.
You want to kill yourself? No, that sucks. Stop it. I can't, not even if I wanted to. This isn't the first time I've hacked my guts out. Recently, when the nights have been bad, I would crawl to the corner of the shack and just let it all out before passing out. Death would scold me in the morning, but the mess would be cleaned up, and I would always be back in my sleeping bag. But now there's no corner to crawl into. Just the wide open desert and Yosemite peering down at me. It's more claustrophobic than an old broken down hut could ever be.
I suppose we don't have a choice then.
What's that supposed to mean?
Sick of having to stare this dead rabbit directly in the face, I roll out of the fetal position and try to at least sit up.
We still have to get to the peak. If you can't walk, then I'll just do what I've always done and carry you.
What?
On my back.
You're more deluded than I thought if you think I'd actually let you.
She sighs.
I suppose we'll just keep doing things the hard way then.
We're barely halfway up this trail. If you think you're gonna halt...
Yosemite grabs my arms and yanks me onto my ass.
Ow!
You're hurting me! Boo-hoo. It's no worse than what you've already done to yourself.
Boo-hoo.
It... out!
I squirm and buck as she wrestles me to my feet. Swat her in the face once or twice.
This is for your own good.
But for once, she has more strength than me. The only time the overgrown tree's height advantage has made a difference. Like she's expending all the piss and vinegar she usually saves for arguing. Whenever I fail to tear myself away, I take a few more breaths. My hands flop wildly and I slap her nose and I gag. Puppeteering my limp noodle arms becomes exhausting. I can't stop resisting. Even if my body stops working, my voice goes hoarse. I can't let her do this to me. No matter if this, all of this, going on for another day makes me want to scream. All because that's all that's left that I can control, I do.
I hate you! That cabin was the worst thing to ever happen to me! Stop it! No! No!
Piggyback. Somebody takes slow, plodding steps up the trail, hunched over like a hermit. I refuse to hold onto her shoulders, even as she keeps me hoisted up on her back.
6 miles. You know, you can't do this for 6 miles, right?
She doesn't dignify me with a response. Looks like I'm on the other end of this now.
Come on, Yosemite. We both know you don't have the stamina for this.
Couldn't she technically teleport herself, like, however far into, like, further she needed to go? I mean, it would be
Put me
cheating,
down,
but...
all right? You're real virtuous, I get it.
I rise as she breathes in shovels of air, and fall as she blows it out like a steam engine. Yeah, she can teleport back to Yosemite at any time. I don't think she can teleport, you're right. It's only in her park. Only in her park she can teleport like that. Damn. I thought I had this. The rustic orange of the midday sky mixes with grays of the rocky trail. My head spins, blurring the colors together. Green pine trees, the first I've seen in ages, guard the sides of the cliff. Their mangled branches twist and reach for the sky in prayer. It all makes me dizzier. When I shut my eyes, I get a whiff of sweet mahogany. Makes me want to hurl all over again, but I don't think I have anything left to chuck up.
Yosemite.
Breathe in, breathe out. Rise and fall.
Yosemite!
Yeah, I think she can only teleport to the picture. That's the only thing she can teleport to. This time she answers, kind of. She grunts.
I'm gonna puke again.
I try to imitate the sound of gagging by tightening my throat. My voice rasps. It's a good impression of a choking dog.
Yosemite, I'm gonna do it, Yosemite!
She just growls and keeps trudging along one wobbling step at a time. Can't she see I'm suffering? Why is she doing this? Why can't she set me down and then ignore me? I squeeze out a pained groan.
Yosemite! I'm in so much pain! Yosemite! It hurts so much! I'm so scared!
Nothing. Does she not have a heart? What an arrogant Are you calling her a triad? She pisses me off so much. I've known this for a while, but the lengths she'll go to make me more miserable than I already am. I hate it. I hate her. I hate Jessie. I hate anyone who's ever taken a chance on me. I hate that I keep trying to convince myself I actually believe that. I hate that I'm a screw-up, that I routinely ruin the lives of myself and anyone unfortunate to get caught in my crosshairs. Even when I piss off to the middle of nowhere surrounded by landscapes I know will outlive me, and even then, not by much, because they're the only places I feel safe, I still can't find peace. I hate that too. All I do is hate.
Let me go!
Time to struggle again. Struggle and toil. Summoning upon my empty reservoir of strength, I try for a second wind and knee her in the back. When she doesn't budge, I pound her on the shoulders.
Don't you hear me? I said...
She elbows me in the gut. I blow chunks. My head rests on Yosemite's trembling shoulder. Way to go, Yosemite. It is kind of an Asuka moment, isn't it? How many hours has she been at this now? With no watch or phone, I can only guess. The sun is dipped below the far-off mountain peaks. We lord over all of them, the highest of any living thing for miles. high up enough for me to shiver with every rustling of the wind, despite every uncovered inch of my body burning a hot salamander pink. Patches of snow under the shades of trees still linger, even heading into the dog days of May. Alpine vibes. Yosemite's breathing has devolved into a steadily deflating hiss. Droplets from her waterfall hair intermingle with her sweat and mine. She's a shuffling heap of determination. Just another thing I already knew about her, but I never knew she could take it this far. What an amazing soul. These girls have something in them that makes them as human as me, yet they have an endurance that can't be extinguished. Unlike me. If they're more than human, then I must be less than. Maybe I'm not even one at all. Yosemite's wheeze breaks into a gasp. It's the first change since the last one.
I think we're here.
She stops and twists her head around to confirm. It knocks my head off her shoulder.
Oh my god. We are here.
Yeah, she can have water, but she doesn't want water. She wants alcohol. I expect her to drop me on my ass so she can run ahead to the promised land. She powers through the exhaustion and keeps carrying me as we rush ahead. So I guess this is it then, huh? The portrait is in her line of sight. If the pebble is still in her stomach, then we should be able to go back now. Back to no catharsis and fighting against everything. It's so crowded. Thoughts that petrify me are constantly assaulting every waking moment I experience. There's no space for anything except paranoia, for fear. I want to be away from that.
I wonder if we can see the lights from the general store.
Oh, you're right. She did complain that they had no supplies. I can't stand
Eve?
it. I bat down on my lip to trap in the sob and bury my face in her back.
Die.
Please don't say things like that.
Well, what the fuck else is there?
I scream it right in her ear, and I feel her finally buckling under my weight. When her shoulders slump, I slide down her back and stumble for balance.
All I am is miserable. And all I know is that I shouldn't be.
Then stop living in contradiction and do something!
She's still out of breath from the hike. All she can do after yelling is breathe. For a while, we stare at each other and gasp for air.
I could throw myself over this cliff. That'd be something. I could lay in traffic. I could have swerved the bus I took down here into a ditch. Hell, I could have quit my stupid job years ago. But let's be realistic, because you and me both know I wouldn't be happy doing anything. There's an entire universe of things I could be doing, but I don't.
Why not?
She steps closer to me. Rocks fall off the face of the mountain.
Those are just choices, aren't they?
Another step closer. Her voice breaks. Confusion is etched so deeply into her face there are wrinkles.
Why can't you just choose one of them and commit?
Her face is up against mine, and seeing my distorted reflection in her eyes is enough to scare the shit out of me. My tears drip out faster. I back away.
It's not that easy.
My heels click against a rock.
And letting yourself rot while you're still alive is. That's as much of a choice as anything else.
It's not! It's my only choice!
Why do you think that? Tell me!
I inhale to respond. Then I can't stop inhaling. My chest clenches, my lungs want to burst. I gasp, continuous gasping. No air, no release, no catharsis. All I can feel is decay. All I can see for myself is decay. Never-ending, eternal. Not even the release of dying.
Can't breathe. Can't breathe.
Somebody doesn't buy it at first, her nose scrunching in a sneer. Then my next gasp rattles.
Oh, God. Okay. Just breathe, all right? It's okay. It's okay. Let's sit you down.
Panic in her voice tells me it's not okay, that I'm not okay, that none of this will ever, in fact, be okay. Always. It's the exact opposite of whatever anyone wants to see from me. There's no strength in me to fight back. Now, no matter how much I want to, just Yosemite's firm grip on my shoulders as she lowers me onto the rock.
Just breathe. Breathe.
The air whistles through her nostrils. She holds it. Finally, there's a release. Her breath brushes against my face.
Come on. Do it with me. In. Out. In. Out.
She repeats herself to the point of insanity, each time taking that fresh mountain air and releasing it back into the world. In and out. In and out. Oh, okay. My throat loosens. The squeezing in my chest tightens to a pulse before releasing completely. In and out. Whips of cold air stab through my clogged nasal passages and filter through my body. It flows through every muscle, every organ, like a river rushing over in between every rock. In and out. Ewo. Ewo. Okay? This is just kind of happening. I still wheeze as the air passes through me, but it's manageable now. There's no fear of suffocation. Yosemite brushes her hair through my fingers through my clumped hair. I don't know when it happened, but I'm leaning against her now.
I'm terrified. Why can't I choose? Because every time I make a choice, there's a consequence. Even back in the cabin, at a place where I was as removed as possible from causing trouble, the little things still added up.
All I can picture in my head is Pup, his smiling, panting face. Only now it's alongside those cursed Polaroids, parents that are screaming and crying, blood on the trunk of a tree. My mental image of that little coyote is now forever warped, and I will never get my old perspective back. That girl will never get her life back. No counting mouth problems on her fingers or freedom from the nagging anxiety of wondering whether or not someone is staring at her hand or not.
Consequences all around. But if I just let go of all of it, offer up my control, and the dice can fall wherever they want. I won't be the one who casts them.
Consequences are your decisions following up, Eve. What you put in this world is what you get out of it. That's all there is to it.
Makes sense. I haven't put anything into the world except my own bullshit. All I've done is blame people for the bigger problems out there. Told them it wasn't my place to teach them, while insisting it was still their fault. What good did that do? Punching someone's lights out for graffiti isn't going to stop anything. It won't stop evil and powerful people. It's not going to do anything except making everyone involved more jaded. But there's lots of ways you can teach people if you're willing to expend the energy.
The idea itself is exciting even. Yet when I look at Yosemite, patiently listening with a soft smile, I'm not sure I have what it takes. She drove 500 miles just to see me and then carried me up a mountain on her back. I wouldn't be able to do that.
Maybe I could have done that. But by the time I realized it, my own problems were slapping me in the face.
Coppertine. She punched someone in the face for doing graffiti in a national park. A historic national park. Yosemite doesn't answer. She doesn't snark off or come at me with a quippy argument. We sit there and look ahead. I'm still leaning against her, even with how worked up I am. Being like this at least calms me down a little. The rim of her hat is wide enough to shade us both if I squeeze in. Always look goofy on me, but she can pull it off. The last streak of orange has evaporated from the sky. Vague impressions of stars begin to peek out from the blue. Dull specks that will only get brighter. The further down the mountain my eyes descend, the smaller the hills become until they're simple dunes, and then it flattens into checkerboard sand. I can only see so far until the whole vista disappears into the oncoming night.
It's not too late if that's what you think.
I can't help but chuckle. It's not even cynical, because I know she believes that.
Look at me. It's too late.
All I see is a stubborn woman who needs a shower.
Maybe 4 showers.
Look at what I've done.
Held yourself accountable. Thought about your actions. Mistakes aren't an excuse for stasis. They're an incentive to be better, even if it takes the rest of your life. So why not be better?
And brush your teeth.
Why not take the opportunity to wheel yourself forward?
A wheel can spin in place.
Nonsense. If I can do it, so can you.
I'm not like you.
It hurts to say because I so desperately want to tear down these walls between me and her and everyone, but instead I have the compulsion to build them. 6 sides, no door, buried 6 feet down.
Believe me, I wish I were. You're fearless. Always looking for answers. And when it's hard or inconvenient, you don't change the question. You just change yourself. Me? I'm a coward.
If I am truly any of those things, it's because of you.
Her words are certain, but once they're out there, her face is anything but. All of the confidence drains from her until she's pale.
Because of you.
She repeats it anyway, because Yosemite is everything I said she was and more. If there was ever anything she could say to get me close to smiling right now, that would be it.
You can tell me that. And you can even believe it. That's not the reality I'm living in.
You don't get it, do you?
There's the old Yosemite, harsh and ready to tell me why I'm wrong.
Can you comprehend how many decades I spent spinning my own wheels? Maybe I was changing on the outside, but within myself I was rotting. The knowledge I was seeking wasn't so I could change. It was to soothe me. More and more, the things I felt precious were being forgotten. All I could do was cling to my desperation. Even today, there were moments where I felt I was facing down oblivion. But I held it in because I know I didn't need to feel that way anymore.
Tears spill down her cheeks and drip onto her mouth. I don't know how she keeps it together long enough to get the words out.
Yosemite, it's okay. I get it. You don't have to.
No, you don't. I need to say this. You need to hear it. Because before you came into my life, that cabin was my purgatory. And it was you, Eve, who made it into a home.
Purgatory. A lump catches in my throat. I look around at the mess that's been made, the streaks of water on the floor, the tossed away gun, and the open cabinets. I take a look at the whole cabin, small and homey, but I still know what it's really for. It's a purgatory, a sanitarium to clean me of any lingering pride. This is my punishment, and if that's the case, then maybe it's not actually a purgatory. Maybe it's actually hell. That's not how it was supposed to be. Being sent there was my punishment. Before I banished myself there, that's where I was supposed to be, so I could think until I withered and went numb. How can she say it was her purgatory too?
No. You're not gonna get one over on me. I know what the truth is. And this isn't the truth.
I cover my ears. I shut my eyes. Block it all out. Hope that it's all just some sort of fever dream in the last fleeting moments of my life.
It's true to me.
I can still hear her. None of it goes away. Every day it's facing me.
You're the realest truth I've ever known.
Don't say that.
What's so wrong about it? I want you to know.
Because I might actually start believing you.
God, what's happened to me? I never used to let myself get swept up by the sentiments of others like this. My feelings were always the deciding factor between the right and wrong, truth and lies. Now I'm a crybaby, always snorting back big, embarrassing tears and snot.
Leave me then.
Maybe this is all just amusing to her, but her smile is so gentle, bright like a glowing crescent moon. I want to believe.
Believe me when I call you a cynical, posturing crank.
I thought that said wank for a second. We both giggle, but you wouldn't know it with all the wet sniffling going on.
So please, believe me when I say I know you're only that way because you care. And I know how much it hurts to care. But caring is the first step and you're already there.
You can't say that. You can't know what's actually inside my heart.
That's what it all comes down to. Actions can leave positive impressions and be glowing, But intention can be wicked, narcissistic, and cruel. Intention can be arrogance playing at virtue.
No. Tell me what this is, then.
Yosemite digs into the pocket of her shorts, unfolds a wrinkled piece of paper.
Hold on. When did you...
When your supervisor brought over the report sheets, he scolded me for taking federal property.
Yosemite scrambles to unfold the surveys. Her eyes scan across the paper. Going from side to side, she reads from top to bottom. When she's done, her ears twitch and perk up.
Eve, this is positive. Glowing, even.
I'll take your word for it.
Once I've had time to digest everything, I'll start going through all of them. But right now, the idea of reading them reminds me of hearing my voice come out of a phone or video. I fucked up saying radio last time, too! It forces a specific kind of objectivity I'm not ready for. But Yosemite is ready for it. She laps that stuff up, flipping from page to page, devouring each one faster than I'm convinced she can actually read. She stops on one. A warm smile, untainted by her ego or usual sarcasm, spreads across her face. Flushed red crosses her cheeks and her pebble-like freckles glitter beneath the red. Reminds me of a vivid sunset.
I'm keeping this one.
Those are official files that are technically property of the federal government.
And now this one is an official document for my records. Ha ha ha!
It's just bright enough out for me to be able to see it. It's crude, drawn with the purple pen I had on me at the time. A map of Tuolumne Meadows I drew from memory. It's for a solo hiker who needed directions from Tioga Pass to the Pacific Crest Trail. I took the liberty of jotting down some of the spots worth checking out, from Lambert Dome to the Cathedral Lakes. I hadn't even given it a second thought until now. It was just something I did on the back of one of those rate how we're doing sheets. Guess they must have turned it back in. Just like that one Yellowstone jammed into Teddy.
It's just some crappy map I drew. What's so special about it?
It is crappy. You've no artistic skills whatsoever.
She hugs the paper like a child squeezing their prized stuffed animal.
But I love it. I haven't stopped carrying it with me since the day I first laid eyes on it. Do you know why?
I shake my head, my mouth too dry to even make noise. No sticks to my lips.
Because it shows me that you won't forget. That you'll remember.
She folds the map and puts it away.
So, when you say you're not like me, that's where you're wrong. You are me, in all the ways I know and feel.
Pressing on her knees for balance, she stands with a stretch and a groan.
Maybe it's egotistical to say, but knowing was what gave me the courage to move forward. All your anger and sentiment made manifest in me.
Yosemite is a giant, and all this time I've been standing in her shadow, looking up. Her trademark sharp glare is faded, and all that's left is a gentle gaze.
That's how I know you care.
She bends down over and closes the height gap.
And that's why I love you.
Yay! Somebody takes her hat and plants it on my head, and then plants a kiss on my forehead. Kisses me. On the forehead. It's a soft peck, but it hits with the impact of a paradigm shift. The longer she holds it, the more sensitive the center of my forehead becomes. I've never been so hyper aware of it in my life. Like when one side of a pair of headphones break and all you can do is listen out of the other. She breaks away and I feel a wet mark. Somebody holds back a laugh and points.
It looks like a third eye.
Don't say something stupid like that after kissing me!
I wipe my forehead and hide underneath the brim of my hat. If I could, I would turtle inside of it entirely.
Me? You weren't saying anything at all. Someone had to offer some levity.
You call that levity? Now I'm even more nervous.
Sounds like a you problem. Have you tried stealing your confidence?
Overgrown tree, you're the most entitled and selfish person I've ever met.
Take a shower!
Is that the best you got? You've called me worse. Today, even.
Well, I didn't mean any of that, but I mean it this time.
So you're feckless, too. Not as if I didn't know, but perhaps you should try committing.
Leave a hobo
something
smell
for once in
alone.
your life, Ranger.
I'm burning. From sunburn and otherwise. Yosemite can act all smug, but she's just as pink.
Perhaps you could commit to coming home?
Theatrics die. Following the pattern of the last month I've spent here, I'm left to think in the stillness of a cold desert night. Except this time, I'm not doing it alone.
You're still on that? After everything, you still want me back?
Aww. Turn over. I love that. Oh my gosh. We can all make and say the silliest things to break tension. Yeah, absolutely.
Want is a very generous...
She stops herself and drops the shtick.
I do. Of course I do.
Such a stupid question. She said she loves me, for God's sake. There's no denying it. Whatever we are, Yosemite and I go beyond simply being combative hands to each other. We see each other how we need to be seen. My hands tremble. The rancid taste of my stomach acid still lingers in my mouth. If we go through with this, I'm not sure either of us are prepared for this pain in store.
The next few days are gonna suck, you know?
I show her the tremors quaking through my hand.
It might not be much better than today.
We've already seen the worst of each other, haven't we? I have no doubt this will be just as exhausting. But we'll deal with it together.
She makes it sound simple. It's not going to be. But if she'll be there...
Alright.
I try to smile without sobbing.
Let's go then.
I stand, and before I can do it to her myself, she scoops me into a hug.
Welcome home.
I clench my teeth, steel my face, and still manage to shed a few tears.
Good to be home.
My hat scruffs against her chin. I look up to get it out of her face, and so I can stare at her handsome features, squeezing just a little harder as I do.
What are we waiting for? We can leave from here, right?
About that.
She lets me go, her ears flatten guiltily.
The pebble was a decoy that I found in the parking lot. I did it to trick you. The real one is right here.
Yeah! She holds one of Death's pebble bullets between her finger and her thumb.
That means this entire time.
We could have gone back, yes. I fibbed. For a good cause, though.
I can't believe it.
You'll forgive me, right?
She did it so naturally, too.
You're such a bitch.
Realization strikes.
How the hell am I in love with you, too?
Aww. Okay. Okay. Good. Good. Let's go. End it here. Yay! An achievement popped up. I don't want an epilogue. Well, you might want to leave right now. This is clearly the epilogue. We're clearly getting an epilogue. Zion rests a bouquet of flowers on top of a plot of dirt. Lilies, lupins, dandelions, and larkspurs. She picked them all herself. It would make for a serene photo, lying beneath the sturdy cross I tied together using fallen branches.
You were a good boy. Playing with you was always a lot of fun. I'm sorry I never gave you one of my veggie omelets. I don't think you would have liked it very much, though.
Also, he might not have been able to eat it. I'm pretty sure we talked about this. I'm pretty sure we talked about this. Dogs and, like, coyotes aren't meant to eat certain vegetables.
Next time.
Her voice squeaks, but the brave little angel manages to choke back the tears.
Next time, I hope you have a mama and that things are easier for you.
She spins around and runs into Yellowstone's embrace, who is decidedly not holding it together.
That was beautiful!
A geyser erupts from her head and splashes down on all of us. Her wails scare away the birds in the tree above her.
Ah, quit your crying. I can't even sense anything dead in that grave.
Put an egg in your shoe and beat it, Val. It ain't about that. It's about everyone's feelers.
Ewo, ewo.
I don't think they're actually burying him. I think they're just making a grave.
You lot have a weird way of showing them then.
Death goes back to fiddling with her gun as she leans against a distant tree. Oh, there she is! Dwayne, balancing on Yellowstone's shoulder like a parrot, snuggles against her cheek. They're both staying with us at the cabin now. Yellowstone's idea. Of course it was. Yosemite wasn't thrilled, but I had already gotten used to her when I was in Death Valley, so it wasn't too much of an adjustment for me. It's getting a little cramped, and that try-hard cowboy can't keep herself from shooting at every single thing that moves, but it's not much crazier than anything else that goes on in that cabin. Just one of those things we all have to get used to.
This was a nice thing you did here. Really? I thought it was kind of selfish.
Oh, it's behind me, by the
More
way.
for myself than anything.
Quit acting like you're tall enough to sell yourself short.
What a line. It's real easy to make Yosemite blush these days. Feels good to finally have one over on her.
Want to say a few words, Evo? You and Puppers were pretty tight.
I don't want to break the moment, but when it comes back into focus, she's like, should I? It almost doesn't feel right. After all, I was the one who... Yosemite squeezes my hand.
Go ahead.
Where did her cake go? She had so much cake in chapter 3. Where did it go? Oh my god. I'm sorry. She had huge cake. She lost it to alcoholism. Oh, that's so bleak. She lost it in the desert. This is a funeral. Robin, you never want to be at a funeral with me. It's a small gesture, but it gives me the courage to continue. That's all she seems to be doing lately. When I was squirming in bed, sweating out all the junk, she never left my side once. She had plenty of criticism to offer while stationed by the bedside, though. What else could I want? With a steadying breath, I stepped towards the memorial. Death is right. There's nothing buried there. I left him at the tree. Felt right at the time. Leave him to the elements so his decay could nourish the soil and other animals. The antithesis to keep him cooped up in a cabin.
Hey, buddy.
I take a knee and stare at my handiwork. Doesn't really feel like I'm talking to him.
I hope you like the place I picked out.
Feels so weird to go through the motions of grieving ritual like this. Only saying these things because they're expected of me.
Lots of rabbits come through this clearing, so it...
My voice trails off. Songbirds fill in the silence. The deeper we get into spring, and the lusher it gets, the more of them seem to be fluttering around.
Girls, I don't think I can do this.
Oh no, you sit right there and get it off your chest.
That's right. You'll feel brand spanking new afterwards. If I can do it, then so can you, Miss Eve.
When's the picnic happening? I was told I'd get grub if I tagged along.
That's like going to a funeral being like, hey, we're eating after this, right? When's the wake? Where is it? Is it within walking
Miss
distance?
Sally, please show a little tact.
Yosemite rests her hand on my shoulder and smiles. It's all the reassurance I need. My nephew was like that. My family, the last time there was a funeral that we went to, it was a little bit like that. We didn't get KFC or anything like that, but like, I kind of like, my family does kind of get together and, you know, condolences and whatnot, but they also try and make each other laugh, which I appreciate a lot. With one last sigh, I start talking.
I'm sorry things turned out this way. Guess I already told you as much. Really, it was all my fault. In a world that's perfect, the same one where I'm perfect, I would have never let you in that cabin. Probably never would have even been there to begin with. That's not how things shook out. Maybe that's fine, or maybe I don't have the right to say that. Doesn't matter anymore. Because I'm gonna make 1,000, 10,000 more mistakes. Just as severe and hurtful as the ones I've made so far. That's okay, though. I'm gonna learn from each and every one of those mistakes. because they're all just spokes on my wheel. Can't stop it. So may as well push forward. That way, when my time is up, and I'm rotting right alongside you, I won't have died perfect.
She would have the federal
But
government
I'll
health
have been
benefits. Yeah, get therapy.
better than I would have been otherwise.
I pat down in the soil and let it squeeze through my fingers.
It's a little purple, but I guess I'll accept it.
You're a little irritating, but I guess I'll accept you.
Ah, yes. I know you are, but what am I? A very mature and articulate classic.
I stand onto my tippy toes and stretch until I can match her
Learn
height.
from the best.
We clonk foreheads and snuggle them together. Her eyelashes brush against mine and tickle my face.
Quite the tree hugger, are we?
Aw, she's a tree hugger because her girlfriend. Aw.
What can I say? I've always loved our parks.
I get it. She pulls the brim of my hat over my face. While I'm stunned, she takes my hand.
Your sweet nothings are just that. Nothing. Now don't look at me.
They're both so sweet.
Now then, how about that picnic?
Ugh, finally. I was starting to gag.
The sky is so clear. It really is the perfect day for one.
You said it. Best believe the spread I whipped up for today is gonna knock all your socks off.
Somebody pulls me by the hand, leading me towards the picnic. Towards more nonsense arguments, more mysteries and discoveries, beautiful sights and vistas, more sunsets. I want to see them, because I do love these parks. That's my truth. I love Death Valley, Zion, Yellowstone, Yosemite. I love the diversity of colors and life. Mountains higher than I could ever dare to climb. Small ravines just waiting to be discovered by those adventurous enough to veer off the beaten paths. Hopefully not too far though. Cold winters in the forests, blistering summers in the desert. I love all of it, and I'm here because I love it. There's still so much hate in me. I don't think all the growth in the world will ever truly soothe me. There will always be encounters with uncaring ignorance that will infuriate me, and I'm sure that for a time I'll believe that the anger is all there is. But for now, at least, I know it's not. There's more. Oh my god, there's so much more. My wish is for people to appreciate the wonders they've been blessed with. Understand that it's not just a resource or a trendy vacation spot or numbers on an ever-growing and insatiable bottom line. But that it's medicine. That if they take the time to come out here and listen to themselves and the things around them, they can tune into something much greater than themselves and their troubles. They can connect. They can heal. I don't know. Maybe I'm coping. Maybe people will always choose to suffer, to bathe in their hurt and drown others with them, until there's nobody and the sun burns itself out. Yeah, maybe. But as long as I'm here, I can be a gentle guide. I can help and show people that there's another way. Anyone can, as long as they make the conscious choice to love. Eventually, though, the inevitable happens. Everything is forgotten. Nothing is remembered or protected forever. I'll learn to make my peace with that. Somehow. Dwelling on it does nothing. Instead, I'll take one step forward and look around. See where I'm at. With a little effort, I can cut through the fog and focus on what matters. The people I'm with. The experiences and feelings we share. They're invisible, but they're tangible and real. I can smile at them, and somehow that will be enough. They'll know I care. Even on days where all I want to do is die. Especially on those days. After all, why build hell when you already live in heaven? I think that's National Park Girls, guys. The end. Look, guys, we finished. We finished a visual novel. Yeah, she needs therapy. She still needs therapy. She still needs therapy. That is true. And we have all the achievements! We did it! Which is the entire reason I wanted to play. We did it, guys! We finished an entire visual novel on stream! I liked it. I think Elon, I love you. You've done a really good job here. I'm personally not a fan of whatever was happening with the rocks. I'm sorry. That I will have to minus at least a point just for the rocks, especially the rap. I can't believe that happened, especially after like a jet spray. But it's fine. Other people enjoyed it. This is just a personal thing. I loved everything. Everything else is fine. Everything else good. Glad Jet's brought us up. Aww. I genuinely was so much at the rap. The rocks make it perfect. All right. It might just be a few of us that had that reaction, but I think the rap saved it. We're having very differing opinions here. I like that though. I like that here. Eve went from mildly enjoyable to terrifying. I feel like Eve had a lot of ups and downs, but I think this was definitely like, we were watching Eve become like, you know, better somehow. Also, hello, Shakatron. Hello. Welcome to the credits. How is your stream? Hello. Give me a How was Fortnite? Did you win? Did you Fortnite dance? Daisy was Val and Jesse? It is good range. I kind of wish that we had seen Jesse again. I liked Jesse. I wish we had seen Jesse. That would have made me happy. But yeah, we won so much. I'm so glad for you. Hi, hello, D's nuts. Hello. Wait. Uh-oh. Jesse!
Come on, open up. I brought some jerky for you. Okay. I'm letting myself in then. Don't get snippy with me now.
Huh?
Huh. Guess she isn't here right now. Well, looks like all her things have been moved back in, though.
Huh?
Oh, well, that's fine. There will be plenty of other opportunities. Phew. It's a little stuffy in here. Guess spring has finally sprung, huh? Maybe I'll just go ahead and open up the window for her. If she gets cranky, she was already going to anyway. What are these? Eve, don't tell me you took a painting while you were away.
I think we have our sequel hook. What are these? What are these?
Well, I guess she'll tell me about it eventually.
What are these? What pox are these? This one's blue! Huh? Don't worry about it. Thank you, Studio Elon. Aww. Aww. Thank you, Studio Elon. Good work. Good job. First visual novel we finished on stream. First visual novel we finished on stream. And we have all the CGs now. We did it. We did it. It's over. We did it. Schmooch. Wow. What's in the gallery? Oh, we didn't get all the guest art somehow. Although, I feel like my favorite CG is still like, holy shit. Zion was gorgeous. Good journey. A good journey we've had. Wait, the Val CG? It's good. Beautiful. But yeah, Shocky, thank you so much for the raid. Sorry it was right at the end. We're probably gonna raid somebody. Because I need to sort out dinner, actually. It's 5 p.m. now. This went like 2 hours longer than I would have intended it to go. But yeah, I'm still okay. Me too. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you also as well for being so incredibly mature. Because again, this was... Oh yeah, listen, the post office is totally closed. It's fine. I wasn't gonna go. I'm not gonna go today. I've always been kind of worried about doing like serious sort of material streams. Aww, thank you, Ditch. But it went well. It went well. So I believe we can handle the serious stuff sometimes. Sometimes. Yes, we will We will find someone to raid. Let me find someone. Boop. Okay. Yeah, we had the rugs to break it up. Need a recommendation? Oh, no. I have plenty of people, I'm sure. But thank you for the offer. And when we couldn't handle the serious stuff, yes, there was the damn rocks. That was the damn rocks. I'm gonna have to go back and see that clip of me losing my shit. Because that was so... I had no control over that. Oh, by the way, this is going to be re-released as like a complete bound up. So currently it is available with chapters like episode 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. They're going to make an edition called Love Our Parks edition, and that'll be all of them together. And I believe they're gonna proofread some more and maybe some like new content-y stuff. So keep an eye out for that by Studio Elon. I am not sponsored at this time. Not sponsored. I'm just saying this is someone who loves visual novels. Keep an eye out. But yeah, I think I see someone that I enjoy very, 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 very much. And she's still going, so I'm gonna send you guys over there. So, I'm sending you over to Vanille, who is playing Animal Well. You know, national parks, animals, well, there's a segue there. It totally makes sense. Anyway, I am going to get food. I am going to buy the Power Wash, Simulator DLC that just came out because the Alice in Wonderland sim just came out. Alice in Wonderland DLC. So I may play that later, or I may play that another night. But guys, we finished it. I'm so happy. We finished this stream series. I'm so happy. And it only took 5 streams. Look at us go. All right, all the love to you guys. You rest well, eat well, treat yourselves well. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.